Chapter 3789. Xiaohua originally wanted to ask who that person and that person were, but looking at the current situation he shook his head slightly, knowing that it was better not to ask. Sigh, actually, I didn't call you out to ask you this. Xiaohua put aside his own matters and said to Wuqing, I just wanted to ask you how you plan to deal with the matter with Fu Jiwen in the future. You only said that you will never leave him, but it's no different from not saying anything. And I also know that Fu Jiwen will definitely not let you betray the Immortal Palace like Gusuchiodi. I won't hide it from you. Wuqing smiled and said, when I first met Fu Jiwen, I also thought about this, but I felt that Fu Jiwen's lifespan would definitely not be longer than my sentence, so I thought that I would just muddle along with Fu Jiwen. When I saw you last time, I realized that I could possibly grow old with Fu Jiwen. As long as Fu Jiwen cultivates with you, even if he can't enter the Immortal Palace as an official with his Confucian cultivation, he can still enter the Penglai Immortal Realm with his Taoist cultivation. When that time comes, I will plead with that person to demote me to the Penglai Immortal Realm as punishment. Penglai Immortal Realm? Xiaohua was stunned and asked curiously, what's that? Is it the same as the Star-Lord Palace on Yaodai Mountain? Sigh. Wuqing sighed and said, Taoist, I can't say any more. Some things may not be considered secret to me, but to others, they may not be secret. If that person knows, I will be in trouble again. Alright. Xiaohua smiled, I won't make things difficult for you. Tell me, what level of Confucian cultivation has Fu Jiwen reached, and what level of Taoist cultivation has he reached, to meet your requirements? Confucian cultivation is more difficult, it has to be at least the Grandmaster level. Wuqing smiled and said, Taoist cultivation is simple, as long as he has 5th grade essence power. That's simple? Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I am only at 5th grade essence power. Hee, my husband has a Taoist as his master, reaching 5th grade essence power is a piece of cake. Wuqing replied with a smile. How good. Since you said so, if this Xiao doesn't properly teach Fu Jiwen, I'm afraid I'll delay your good days. Xiaohua laughed. The Kunlun mirror shook and Fu Jiwen flew out from it. Kunlun mirror? Bai An's eyes lit up and he almost blurted out. However, he immediately smiled bitterly. Fu Jiwen landed on the ground with joy on his face. He stepped forward and held Momo's hand. Are you free? He asked anxiously. It's up to you. Bai, and allowed Fu Jiwen to hold her small hand. She chided him lovingly, Master is right beside you. Why aren't you thanking him? It's okay. Master is one of us. He won't care about these things. Fu Jiwen said with a smile, but he still bowed and said, Master, thank you very much. No need to thank me, no need to thank me. Xiaohua flicked his sleeves and said, you two can go and whisper to each other. Bye, and probably can't stay here for long. 3 days later, when the two of you return, this Xiao will take out the Heaven's Punishment Prison crystal fragment. I reckon that law enforcement envoy will appear again. Bai, In and Fu Jiwen's faces were slightly red. However, the two of them bowed and said, Thank you, Master. Looking at the two's departing figures, Xiaohua smiled slightly. The first thing he thought of was naturally Fairy Hongxia. An indescribable longing arose in his heart. He sighed and said, AI, it's good to be young. This Xiao is old now. Then, Xiaohua sat cross-legged on the mountain peak and meditated. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Fu Jiwen and Bai, and returned as promised. Their faces were filled with reluctance. Clearly Bai, and had already told Fu Jiwen his plans. Xiaohua didn't beat around the bush and asked, Disciple, do you know everything? Yes, Master. This disciple will definitely concentrate on his cultivation and strive to see Bai, and as soon as possible. Fu Jiwen hurriedly replied. Good. Disciple, you wait here. Bai, and follow this Xiao. Xiaohua flicked his sleeves and turned around to fly into the sky. Bai, and turned back to look at Fu Jiwen. Tears flowed from her eyes as she said reluctantly, Husband, cultivate well. This concubine is leaving today for the sake of meeting you tomorrow. This concubine will definitely not let you down. Fu Jiwen forced a smile. This husband will definitely do his best to cultivate so that I can bring my wife back as soon as possible. Bai, and lowered her head and covered her face with her sleeves as she chased after Xiaohua. Xiaohua brought Bai, and flew thousands of li away in one breath. Then he asked Bai, will the law enforcement envoy appear once the Heaven's Punishment Prison crystal fragment is taken out? Bai, nodded, and if you can't hide in time, that law enforcement envoy might take you away as well. Hehe, that depends on how strong he is. Xiaohua smiled and said, are you ready? This Xiao is going to take out the Heaven's Punishment Prison crystal fragment. See. Bai Zillian took a deep breath and said, this concubine is ready. Take it out. Good. Xiaohua shook the Kunlun mirror and the Heaven's Punishment Prison crystal fragment immediately flew into the sky. Countless broken rune chains appeared on the Heaven's Punishment Prison crystal. Within the rune chains, 9 different colored thunderbolts shot out in disarray. Soon after, 9 broken dragon-shaped phantoms appeared from the thunderbolts. Their hoarse roars resounded in the void. Just as the dragon form appeared, Xiaohua's figure that was standing in midair strangely disappeared. Bai, who was originally worried, swept her beautiful eyes over Xiaohua several times, but she couldn't see any flaws. Only then did she feel relieved and admire Xiaohua in her heart. However, after a few breaths of time, a loud rumbling sound of thunder filled the air. In an instant, the area within 1,000 li was covered by red clouds. A kind of black clouds pressed down and suffocated. It was like an invisible wave that drowned everything in the world in an instant. A huge distorted light shadow that could split the heaven and earth appeared in front of the red clouds amidst the sound of thunder. Who broke the Heaven's Punishment Prison crystal? An ethereal voice that was sometimes high and sometimes low, sometimes far and sometimes close, reverberated between heaven and earth. The guilty official of the school of the Emperor Star, Bai, greets the punishment envoy. Bai, didn't panic. He bowed and said, the punishment envoy knows that it was the power of heaven and earth that triggered the Immortal Palace law of the Heaven's Punishment Prison crystal. The guilty official has this opportunity to escape. The Heaven's Punishment Prison crystal is here. The punishment envoy, please verify it. The guilty official of the school of the Emperor Star? I'm afraid I don't have the qualifications to verify it. Since it was the power of heaven and earth that broke the Immortal Palace law of the Immortal Palace, follow me back to the punishment hall of the 3 provinces of thunder to verify it. Yes, the guilty official knows. Bai, lowered his head. A thick light golden chain flew down from the red cloud. The inscriptions on the chain swam, and a restrictive aura that represented the power of heaven and earth filled the space within 1,000 miles. With a swish-swish sound, the chain fell on Bai, and tied him up. As the chain contracted, Bai, An's figure disappeared into the red cloud. At the same time, a shadow of a giant hand that was thousands of feet long descended from the sky. It grabbed the Heaven's Punishment Prison crystal fragment and disappeared. Another series of thunderbolts wreaked havoc within 1,000 miles. Immediately, the light shadow disappeared, the lightning disappeared, and even the red cloud dissipated. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Xiaohua's figure strangely appeared on the mountain peak. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the clear sky after the red cloud disappeared. He seemed to be thinking about something. Then, he activated the Dragon Clan's invisibility technique and disappeared in the air. Seeing Xiaohua suddenly appear beside him, Fu Jiwen didn't seem to be surprised. He hurriedly asked. He was still brought back to the Immortal Palace by the punishment envoy of the Immortal Palace. Xiaohua said with a smile, I heard it was the punishment hall of the 3 provinces of thunder. It's not a big deal. Don't worry. Oh, that's good. Fu Jiwen breathed a sigh of relief. His heart wasn't completely at ease. He said in a low voice, I hope Bai can use this to get away with it. Xiaohua glanced at Fu Jiwen and said meaningfully, Bai is a female official of the Immortal Palace. Behind her is the school of the Emperor Star. Previously, even the punishment envoy was lenient. What is there to be afraid of in the punishment hall? Don't tell me and didn't say anything to you. Alas, master, and really didn't dare to say anything to me. Fu Jiwen sighed. It said that the various palaces and halls of the Immortal Palace are very complicated. The person and mentioned in the school of the Emperor's Star has some status, but forget it, let's not talk about this. Xiaohua waved his hand, and must have already planned for you. You should focus on cultivating. Whether it's Confucian cultivation or Taoist cultivation, I can teach you all. Moreover, you've gained a lot in Senior Zonglangzi's cave. When you finish cultivating, I'm sure you won't be too far away from Anne's plan. That's right. Fu Jiwen looked down at the misty mountain maze and sighed. Before I entered Senior Zonglangzi's cave, I really didn't dare to have any extravagant hopes. However, in these past few years, what I've gained has greatly exceeded my expectations. In the future, as long as I'm under Master's guidance, I can really achieve what Anne wants. Good for your wife, you have to cultivate well. Xiaohua smiled. However, you don't have to tell anyone about what you've gained in my cave. This disciple naturally knows. Fu Jiwen also gave a mysterious smile. Alright, we'll wait here. Who knows when they'll come out? Xiaohua waved his hand and smiled. Yes, master. Fu Jiwen looked around and flew to a nearby place to meditate. This wait lasted for more than half a year. During this time, the mountain peak where the cloudy mountain bewildering formation was located did not remain in its original place like before. Instead, it gradually moved eastward and underground. Although it did not move much each day, after a long time, not to mention Xiaohua, even Fu Jiwen noticed it. Fu Jiwen had doubts in his heart, but he didn't ask. Xiaohua closed his eyes and meditated every day. Just as the four entrances of the misty mountain maze were gradually sinking into the ground, a clear whistling sound could be heard from the east. Boom! A low rumbling sound could be heard from the entrance of the misty mountain maze, and a person rushed out from the hole. Chapter 3790. A cultivator dressed in emperor robes flew out from the starlight with a dignified face. Isn't that Zhai Xingzi? Behind Zhai Xingzi, Gusuqiodi had a smile on her face. After Gusuqiodi, it was naturally Gongshu Isin. At this moment, Gongshu Isin's face was even more arrogant. Her starry eyes were even more resplendent. An indescribable confidence bloomed on her face like a flower. Behind her were Taoist Master Han and several other Taoist cultivators. Each of them was full of energy and looked like their cultivation had skyrocketed. Xiaohua opened his eyes and flew up. Just as he was about to fly over, another wild laughter came from the west. Sun Kong Shengren flew out with Yi Mingzi and the other cultivators. Chang Gung stood in Sun Kong Shengren's hands with his arms raised, as if he was cheering crazily. But fellow Taoist Xiao actually came out first? A faint, astonished voice came from the south. That voice was extremely solid, as if there was an invisible figure standing next to Xiaohua. Xiaohua didn't look back and smiled. Brother Daoren seems to have half of your body entered the out-of-body realm. If this misty mountain maze formation didn't move again, Brother Daoren probably wouldn't need a few months to enter the out-of-body realm, right? Hee. In the distance, Zhang Daoren's figure flew out like mist. When he flew behind Xiaohua, Taoist Master Di Quan and the other cultivators flew out from the entrance. When everyone flew closer, Xiaohua smiled. All of the cultivators who were lucky enough to survive had made great progress in their cultivation. The return of this trip to the Misty Mountain Maze was really generous. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Congratulations, fellow cultivators, for making great progress in your cultivation." Same to you, same to you. Zhang Daoren glanced at Zhai Xingzi. Both of their eyes were filled with confusion because Xiaohua's cultivation did not seem any different from before. However, the two of them still returned the greeting like everyone else. In the midst of the congratulations, Gongshu Isin chuckled, "Elder Xiao, we entered the Misty Mountain Maze formation at the same time and came out at the same time. When we were at Song Langzi's residence, you even took advantage of him. Why does it seem like your cultivation hasn't improved at all?" Isin, Gusuqiodi hurriedly scolded, somewhat embarrassed. "Sai, Xiaohua rubbed his nose and said with a bitter smile, "Don't mention it. After I left the front mansion, I encountered a problem and didn't manage to enter Senior Longlangzi's real cave residence." As he spoke, Xiaohua looked at Taoist Master Di Chuan and the others. When Taoist Master Di Quan and the others came out, they saw that Fairy Xiangfeng was not with Xiaohua. They understood what was going on. Seeing that Xiaohua had spoken, the three of them hurriedly went forward. Just as they were about to speak, they heard a commotion from the south. They quickly looked over and saw Fairy Xiangfeng flying out with Shui Ping and the others. Taoist Di Chuan was shocked to see Fairy Xiangfeng return to her female form. He looked at the smiling Xiaohua and didn't know what had happened, but he didn't dare say anything. Woo! Before Fairy Xiangfeng got close to him, another great qi surged behind her while a colorful light rushed into the sky. At the same time, a swaying human figure flashed 60 miles away in the colorful light. At the same time, another arrogant voice sounded, "Xiaohua, this old man got some lucky chances because of you. Therefore, this old man will let you go this time. Cultivate well. 3 years later, this old man will still come and take your life." Before Xiaohua could speak, Gusuchiodi let out a cold snort. She raised her delicate hand slightly, and countless pillars of vast qi shot out from the void with a rumbling sound. A huge hand that was hundreds of meters thick appeared, and it was neither real nor illusory. It also moved 100 meters in the blink of an eye and grabbed at the humanoid figure. See? The one closest to Gusuchiodi was Gongshu Isin. She was a Confucian cultivator and was very sensitive to Gusuchiodi's strength. She sucked in a breath of cold air and said in shock, "Big Sister Gusu, when did you step into the upper stage of 5th grade essence energy?" "No need, Lady Gus." Xiaohua stopped her indifferently. "This is a personal grudge between this Xiao and someone else. He didn't get any advantage from this Xiao." Gusuchiodi heard and the huge hand in the air retracted. Light and shadow were absorbed into her arm. "Xiao, Taoist Xiao." Fairy Xiangfeng was the most panicked. She quickly smiled and said, "This concubine didn't know that there was a Confucian cultivator behind me. Hee, it's fine, it's fine." Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. "This person has nothing to do with you." Seeing that Fairy Xiangfeng and Xiaohua seemed to have reconciled, Taoist Di Quan, Yimingzi, and Taoist Han all let out a long breath. Now that the four of them were facing Xiaohua's group of 6, if they turned hostile or pursued the purpose of their visit, the four of them definitely wouldn't have a good ending. The benefits they obtained in the Misty Mountain Maze would instantly turn into a flower in the mirror. The three of them had a plan in mind. They exchanged glances and didn't dare to stay here for long. They bowed and said, "We were able to enter the Misty Mountain Maze all because of you fellow Taoists. We will remember this favor in our hearts. What we obtained in Senior Longlangzi's cave abode is very important. A mere few years of seclusion won't be enough to fully comprehend it. Therefore, we will return to the cave abode and seclude ourselves. When we complete our cultivation, we will pay a visit to each of you fellow Taoists." Gongjiakan snorted coldly again. "After obtaining a benefit, you all really know how to conduct yourselves." Xiaohua, who originally didn't have a good impression of Gongshu Exin, was in a great mood now. He waved his hand and said, "Fellow Taoists, quickly leave. The more you can comprehend, the more this Xiao will be jealous." "Many thanks, Taoist Xiao." Taoist Han and the others revealed a bit of embarrassment. They once again cupped their hands towards Xiaohua, Zhang Daoran, and the others and urged their figures to leave. "Taoist Xiao." Fairy Xiangfeng bit her lips. Just as she was about to speak, Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Which one is Dao Cheng?" "I'll let you know." Shui Ping hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Fellow Taoist Dao Cheng encountered a trap in the secret passage. Senior Xiangfeng tried her best to save him but to no avail. He fell in the Misty Mountain Maze. Xiaohua nodded. "People often say that good will be rewarded with good and evil will be punished with evil. It is indeed so. This way, this Xiao also has nothing to say." Fairy Xiangfeng, "This Xiao has already said what needs to be said in the secret passage. If you can understand, now you can also leave. Although the path of love is important, the path of righteousness is even more in accordance with the heavenly Tao. I believe you can clearly distinguish which is more important. Of course, if you still can't distinguish by now, you don't need to leave anymore. Yes, this concubine was able to enter Senior Tsang Lang Zi's cave with Taoist's help. These few years of comprehension have allowed this concubine to comprehend a lot. This concubine feels that in the past few years, this concubine was like a frog at the bottom of a well. Now, this concubine has just jumped out of the well. This concubine still has to thank Taoist Shao once again. After speaking, Fairy Xiang Feng gracefully swayed again. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "All right, since this is the case, there is no need to be so formal. It's better to turn back as soon as possible." Fairy Xiang Feng slightly smiled at everyone. Her figure turned into a rainbow and flew away. Seeing that rainbow leap dozens of li, it was clear that her cultivation had also improved greatly. Good. Gong Shu Exen, who had been holding back all this time, finally spoke. "Senior Shao, what is this senior's relationship with you? What love, what righteousness? When did she appear? Where is Senior Yunmingzi? Since you know that this is a matter between us old people, why do you, a little girl, ask so many questions?" Xiaohua rolled his eyes at her. Fairy Xiang Feng entered Senior Tsang Lang Zi's cave. "Did you and the others not enter?" "Nonsense, the cave that we entered was Senior Tsang Lang Zi's real cave." Gong Shu Exen pouted. "I even got Senior Tsang Lang Zi's formation jade eyes. How could she enter?" Xiao Hua was stunned. He looked up at Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong Shangren. Both of them nodded with a smile and didn't say much. Fuck. At this moment, Xiao Hua finally understood that he had been tricked by Tsang Langzi again. The cave residence that he had entered was not fake, but the cave residence that Zhang Daoran, Sun Kong Shangren, Jai Xingzi, and Fairy Xiang Feng had entered was not fake either. Although there was no relic realm in their cave, there might be path understanding ants, medicine fields, and alchemy rooms. As for who was real and who was fake, perhaps only Tsang Lang Zi himself would know. Seeing Xiao Hua regretting, Jai Xingzi, Zhang Daoran, and Sun Kong Shangren raised their hands at the same time, each holding a jade eye. The three of them looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Since fellow Xiao didn't enter the cave, the cultivation methods and secret arts in these jade eyes will be left to you. That's a good fellow Taoist. Xiao Hua's heart warmed. He stretched out his hand and took the 3 jade eyes, saying, "This way, my heart will be at ease." "Humph, this time you took 3, but you gained the most." Gong Shu Exen was a little indignant. "What's wrong? Are you envious?" Xiao Hua smiled. "If you change to Taoist cultivation methods, I will give them to you. What do you think? Do you think I'm crazy?" Gong Shu Exen curled her lips and said to Gusu Chiodi, "Sister Gusu, this little sister has been away from home for a long time. I don't dare to stay here any longer. If you have time in the future, remember to come and find this little sister." "Of course," Gusu Chiodi answered with a smile. "Seniors, I'll take my leave." After several years, Gong Shu Exen was not as rude as when she first arrived. She actually bowed to everyone and was about to fly away. However, Gong Shu Exen only flew a few miles before her body suddenly swayed and fell straight down. Gusu Chiodi saw this and hurriedly urged her true chi. A big hand grabbed Gong Shu Exen and pulled her back. At this time, Gong Shu Exen's face was a little green, and the true chi outside her skin was slightly scattered. It seemed like she was out of control. Gusu Chiodi didn't dare to be negligent. She looked at Jai Xingzi and hurriedly said, "Jai Xingzi, Exen is a little unwell. It seems like she can't go back alone. You and I have to send her back." "This girl," Xiao Hua smiled, "she's really too greedy." Chapter 3791. Since fellow Taoist Jai Xing is leaving, fellow Taoist Xiao, we need to hurry back too. Zhang Daoran hesitated and said, "If you have time, come find me in 2 years. Brother Daoran, why are you in such a hurry?" Xiao Hua was confused. He looked at Sun Kong and Jai Xingzi. Seeing Xiao Hua's confusion, Zhai Xingzi was confused. He ordered Fuji Wen and the others, stand aside first. Gusu Qiudi gave Gongshu Exn a simple treatment. Although Gongshu Exn was still unconscious, her breathing had stabilized. She should be fine. Gusu Qiudi looked at everyone. She held Gongshu Exn and said, "Come with me." "Yes, senior." Fuji Wen and the others answered respectfully. After everyone left, Zhai Xingzi waved his hand and set up a restriction. He looked around and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Shao, we've already stepped into the out-of-body realm. We're using secret techniques to suppress our cultivation so that we can't break through the upper 5th grade. We didn't feel it when we were in Senior Tsang Langzi's cave, but when we came out, we immediately felt that we couldn't control our cultivation. We had to hurry back to the cave and use talismans and secret techniques to suppress our cultivation. Otherwise, we'll be noticed by the Immortal Palace." Hearing this, Xiaohua was shocked. Although Zhai Xingzi didn't continue speaking, he instantly understood a lot. He finally understood why he had never seen a Dao Sex out of aperture cultivator after arriving at the hidden Immortal continent. He also finally understood that the Star Monarchs of the Star Monarch Hall were only at the 5th grade of origin energy. It turned out that as long as a Dao cultivator reached the out-of-body realm, the Immortal Palace would immediately notice and take action. This once again proved why the Immortal Palace didn't care about the actions of the Dao Sex cultivators in the hidden Immortal continent. Because in the eyes of the Immortal Palace, all the Dao Sex cultivators were below the 5th level of origin energy and were nothing more than clowns. There was really no need to be too concerned about them. Peng Lai Immortal Realm? Suddenly, Xiaohua thought of the location that Tao Wu accidentally revealed when he sent Tao Wu back to the Immortal Palace several months ago. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and very helplessly said with a bitter smile, "AI, that's right. As long as one breaks through 5th grade." Xiaohua also wanted to say something but hesitated. He looked like he was full of bitterness. Exalted Master Sun Kong, who was at the side, felt the same way. He sighed and said, "Once you break through the 5th grade of essence power, you will be detected by the Immortal Palace. No matter where you are, the Immortal Palace's immortal envoys will appear instantly. If you resist, you will immediately be killed." "Sai, what are we Dao sect cultivators doing?" "Of course it's for a carefree life." Zhang Daoren said calmly, "As long as we can reach the out-of-body realm, the immortal emissary of the Immortal Palace will welcome us into the free immortal realm, and we won't have to live in fear anymore." This old man would rather die than be free and unfettered like a dog. Sun Kong sneered. "Is there a free and unfettered immortal realm?" Xiaohua looked at Zhai Xingzi and asked meaningfully, "Why do I feel that this place doesn't exist?" Zhai Xingzi was a little embarrassed. He smiled and said, "Well, I don't know either. Every now and then, seniors at the peak of the late nascent soul stage would disappear. The legend of this free immortal realm has been around for a long time. As for whether it exists or not, I will only know after I reach the out-of-body realm." "Who dares to try?" Xiaohua sneered and replied, "What if the Immortal Palace's immortal emissary is the soul-reaping emissary? Chiu might know." Zhai Xingzi explained. "However, she doesn't dare to reveal this matter that involves the secrets of the Immortal Palace. This will bring disaster to their Gusu family. The only thing we can do now is to use the secret technique and delay for as long as possible." Exalted Master Sun Kong said resentfully, "Think of the ancient senior Tsang Langzi. That was the true freedom." Xiaohua thought for a moment and took out 3 blank jade eyes. He wrote something in them with his divine sense and handed them to the 3 people, saying, "This is the concealment technique that I use. Fellow Taoists, take a look. If it's useful, feel free to comprehend it." Good. The 3 people were overjoyed. They knew that Xiaohua's secret technique was no small matter. They hurriedly took it. After looking through it, Exalted Master Sun Kong almost shouted, "I won't leave first. I'll talk about it after I comprehend it." "Good. I have the same idea." Zhai Xingzi immediately agreed. He opened the barrier and urged, "We'll find a place to cultivate. It won't take long. A few months should be enough. Moreover, Gongshu EXN has suffered from qi deviation. Qiu can help her regulate her breathing. That's right. Zhang Daoran deeply agreed. He sent a voice transmission to his disciples and flew to a place. Zhai Xingzi called Gusu Qiudi while Exalted Master Sun Kong called his disciples. They flew to different places. After the three people separated, Xiao Hua knew that he wouldn't be able to leave anytime soon. He simply called Xue Ping and the others over. Xue Ping led the group forward and bowed, saying, "Junior thanks Taoist Xiao for protecting us." All of you rise." Xiao Hua helped everyone up and said with a smile, "Protecting you was just a small matter. Unfortunately, my luck wasn't good. I was sent out by the restriction before I even entered the cave. In the end, I didn't even get to see the true appearance of the cave. On the other hand, your luck isn't bad." Xue Ping and the others hurriedly said with a smile, "Didn't we also rely on Senior's good fortune? If Senior doesn't mind, we can." There's no need. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand and beckoned to Xue Ping, saying, "Come over here. Tell me in detail about your cultivation technique. While you're at it, if you have any comprehension in the cave, you can also circulate your mental cultivation technique for me to take a look." Xue Ping was startled. Then, ecstasy appeared on his face. He hurriedly sat down cross-legged. After Xiao Hua set up the barrier, he told Xiao Hua about his cultivation technique and cultivation route without hiding anything. After careful consideration, Xiao Hua sent a voice transmission in a low voice for half a day. Then he took out 3 jade bottles, a jade eye bottle, and a magic treasure and bestowed them to Xue Ping. After Xiao Hua removed the barrier, Xue Ping didn't say anything. However, the unconcealable joy between his brows told the other cultivators that he had gained a lot. That's right. The personal guidance of a nascent soul cultivator was much more useful than the ancient cultivation technique. After all, the guidance was alive while the cultivation technique was dead. Just as the other cultivators were envious, Xiao Hua also gave each cultivator half a day's time and bestowed them with cultivation techniques, magic treasures, and spiritual pills. After the last cultivator came out, Xiao Hua said with a smile, "I can't personally bring you into the cave, so this is my compensation. You should cultivate with all your might for my Dao sect." At this point, Xiao Hua didn't know what to say about, "for my Dao sect," or "for my Dao sect." He could only smile and say, "Forget it, just cultivate well." "Thank you, Taoist Master Xiao." Facing Taoist Master Xiao, who had actually taught them but not in name, the group of cultivators bowed and thanked him. "I still have to wait here for Zhang Daoran and the others. If you want to leave, you can leave now." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "If you don't want to leave, you can cultivate here. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. However, when Zhang Daoran and the others come out of seclusion, you must leave too." Yes, we understand." When Xue Ping and the others saw that Zhang Daoran and the others wanted to obtain the secret technique Jade Eyes from Xiao Hua, how could they not know that this was another once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them? They hurriedly agreed and found a place not far from Xiao Hua to cultivate in seclusion. Xiao Hua naturally wouldn't give the secret technique Jiao Xia gave to Zhang Daoran and the others. Even so, his secret technique to conceal the cultivation technique was enough for the 3 cultivators who had already reached the out-of-body stage to rack their brains. While comprehending, the 3 of them really did ask some questions that were difficult for them to grasp. As for Xue Ping and the others, they naturally asked even more questions. Xiao Hua answered them one by one while he cultivated in seclusion. The misty mountain maze gradually disappeared, leaving the group of Taoist cultivators who were still comprehending and cultivating in the mountains. Inside the Immortal Palace, in the Jasper Flower Palace that was surrounded by immortal clouds, there was a small golden pavilion floating among thousands of flowers. The woman had snow-white skin, thin willow-like eyebrows, and a pair of slightly squinted eyes that faintly shone with starlight. The woman's slender fingers were placed on the 7-stringed zither. Under the nimble movements of her fingers, waves of music that was more beautiful than the sounds of nature were produced. It was sweeter than clear spring water as it floated among the flowers. Not to mention the inexplicable butterflies dancing in the flowers. Just outside the flowers, several mystic birds danced to the music. Their flashing wings appeared even more ethereal in the faint and colorful light of the flowers. When the music suddenly stopped, the surroundings of the pavilion suddenly turned cold, as if the music was the only warmth in this place. The stop of the music drew out the remaining enthusiasm of the flowers. Sigh. A faint sigh came from the servant standing beside the woman. Your Highness, your zither music has long been like 100 birds paying homage to a phoenix. Now, when this servant listens to it again, I actually feel like paying homage to it. Forgive this servant for saying something disrespectful, but the zither is born from the heart. This servant should congratulate your Highness, whether it is your state of mind or bearing, they are all in the state of great accomplishment. A sharp zither music covered the servant's voice. A faint voice came from the woman's mouth. Jing, do you not want to live anymore? I don't dare. The servant hurriedly fell to the ground and kowtowed. This servant was only speaking the truth. Get up. The woman's tone was still indifferent. This palace doesn't want to hear this a second time. Do you understand? This servant understands. The servant got up and raised her head. Looking at her face, it was the palace made of jasper flower palace, Yu Xiajing. Yu Xiajing glanced at the peerless beauty of the princess in front of her and lowered her head slightly, a smile hanging on the corner of her mouth. Although the princess was angry, her expression didn't show any anger. On the contrary, there was a trace of a smile between her brows that was as graceful as the green mountains and the blue sea. This princess was truly beautiful, but unfortunately, her chin was too sharp. At first glance, it always gave people a feeling of harshness. Chapter 3792. Ding ding dong dong. Hearing the sound of the seven-string zither, Yu Xiajing smiled and said, Your Highness, when you went to the school of the Emperor Star with Princess Miao Miao, you said you would return in 3 days. You didn't expect to be gone for 5 days. Look at your expression. Did something happen in the school of the Emperor Star? If there was a change, that would be great. You should have heard the imperial edict long ago instead of guessing blindly. This woman was obviously the Princess Qingqinggu Xianyun spoke of. She shook her head slightly and said, It's not as simple as you think. Could it be that the news was fake? Yu Xiajing seemed to know something and asked in a low voice. There's no need to investigate the authenticity of the news. Princess Qingqing bit her lip and said, Even if that bitch secretly left the Immortal Palace and descended to the lower world, she was already in the school of the Emperor Star when I arrived with Miao Miao. How could I have done anything? I knew from that bitch's smiling face that she must have sensed something and hurried back to the Immortal Palace. I was still half a step too late. Then, Yu Xiajing was confused. If that's the case, Your Highness should have returned that day. That bitch seemed to be in a good mood. Princess Qingqing said again. She looked like she was in love. Also, the school of the Emperor Star's heavenly reflection blue was in full bloom. She actually held a banquet in the garden and invited the first princess and the empress. I don't know if she was admiring the flowers or enjoying my awkwardness. Hearing this, Yu Xiajing's heart skipped a beat. She didn't dare to ask any more lest she angered Princess Qingqing. Fortunately, after a while, Princess Qingqing chuckled again and said, Unfortunately, I still stepped on that bitch's sore spot. The one from the school of the Emperor Star. Yu Xiajing said curiously. When I mentioned the Heaven's Choice Assembly, that bitch's expression changed. This really surprised me. Princess Qingqing smiled and said, This slut has always been calm in the face of chaos. Now, her expression has changed because of this princess words. She must not have much confidence in the Heaven's Choice Assembly, or perhaps her Heaven's Choice Assembly has changed. Hee, this way, Your Highness will be able to snatch that half-heaven's heart from Princess XNXN. Yu Xiajing chuckled softly. Unfortunately, before she could finish, Princess Qingqing snorted again. Yes, I was wrong. Yu Xiaxia listened quietly and hurriedly apologized. This servant is truly happy for Your Highness and forgot about that matter. Forget it. It's rare for me to be in a good mood, so I won't punish you. Princess Qingqing waved her hand. This servant thanks your highness for your pardon. Wuxia quietly stood up and said, at the same time, I also wish that the princess will obtain the heaven's heart, peek into the secrets of the heaven's heart, grasp the true essence of our Confucian cultivation, and be valued by the immortal emperor. Haha, I naturally won't mistreat you when I get benefits. Princess Qingqing laughed loudly and asked, did anything urgent happen when I wasn't here? Your Highness, there were indeed a few. Yu Xiaojing told her about the matters in the palace and then looked at the smile on Princess Qingqing's face. The last one is Gu Xianyun from the outer palace requesting to see your highness. Oh? How's Xianyun's task going? Princess Qingqing raised her eyebrows and a trace of excitement flashed across her snowy face. Yu Xiaojing hesitated slightly and said with a smile, this is the outer palace's task, so this servant didn't dare to ask too much. However, seeing how Gu Xianyun was in such a hurry, it must have been quite tiring. Xianyun has indeed worked hard. If he can do this well, I will definitely reward him handsomely. Princess Qingqing seemed to be satisfied with Yu Xiaojing's words and nodded. Go, summon Gu Xianyun. I will ask him in detail. Yes, your highness. Yu Xiaojing heaved a sigh of relief. She knew that Princess Qingqing was in a good mood. She had already told her about Gu Xianyun's hard work. Even if Gu Xianyun made a mistake, Princess Qingqing might not punish him severely. Not long later, Gu Xianyun stood under the small pavilion with a calm expression. Come in, Xianyun. Princess Qingqing said softly, you've worked hard these days. I dare not. Gu Xianyun immediately bowed. This servant is working for your highness. I dare not say it's hard work. Rise. How did it go? Princess Qingqing's hands gently stroked the zither. The zither's music was very soft like a breeze. Good, your highness, this servant's trip this time totaled. Gu Xianyun gritted his teeth and clearly reported the number of nascent souls he obtained and the number of nascent souls in the demon refining gourd. Hiss. Princess Qingqing frowned. Why is it so little? It's not far from Empress's birthday. Gu Xianyun, how dare you lie to me? When you asked me to borrow the demon refining gourd last time, you asked for more than this number. But how can such a small number be worth my dignity to borrow the demon refining gourd? Hearing that, Gu Xianyun was so scared that his face changed greatly. He knelt on the ground with a plop and said with his head, Your Highness, you have sharp eyes. The number is indeed far from what I thought, but I dare not deceive your highness. Speak. Princess Qingqing demanded coldly. Instantly, the pavilion was surrounded by a cold aura. Good, your highness, I've been running around in the mortal world, looking for a suitable monarch. Gu Xianyun did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly explained. But before he finished, Princess Qingqing said lightly, you don't have to say more about your hard work. Speak about the demon refining gourd. What's going on? Yes, your highness. Gu Xianyun replied bitterly, I placed the demon refining gourd in the array of Yaotai Mountain according to the plan. I plan to use the power of the Star Lord Hall to capture all the nascent soul cultivators participating in the Yaotai conference. But who would have thought that the Star Lord Hall would be killed? Hearing this, Princess Qingqing suddenly exclaimed, What did you say? The Star Lord Hall was killed? When did this happen? Why didn't I know? Your Highness, Yu Xiaojing hurriedly whispered, the Star Lord Hall Gu Xianyun mentioned is not the Star Lord Hall of the Immortal Palace. It's the small organization on the hidden immortal continent in the mortal world that is in charge of the Yaotai conference. It's just to fool the Dao cultivators on the hidden immortal continent, so it specially came up with a nice name. Although the so-called Star Lord Hall is under the banner of the Immortal Palace, it's actually just a place where the guilty general of the Immortal Palace confesses his sins. I see. Princess Qingqing was enlightened and snorted, so it's such a place that hides filth. No wonder I didn't know. This place is just a way for the Immortal Palace to govern the Dao cultivators. It's inferior to the Penglai Immortal Realm, the Heaven and Earth Gate, and the Xianhuang Token. Naturally, your highness wouldn't know. Gu Xianyun immediately said, Yes, so I didn't mention this name when I reported to your highness last time. Princess Qingqing waved her hand. The life or death of the so-called Star Lord Hall has nothing to do with me. Go on, why didn't your plan succeed? When Princess Qingqing left the Jasper Flower Palace, Gu Xianyun didn't dare to be negligent. She once again descended on Yaotai Mountain and carefully interrogated Linghu Pairan. She also watched all the videos. Now that Princess Qingqing asked, she naturally answered with ease. She recounted everything that happened on Yaotai Mountain in detail and handed over a jade eye. In the end, she kowtowed and said, "Your Highness, I calculated for a long time. The sun, moon, and star formation and the Star Lord Hall's grand formation on Yaotai Mountain can't be broken by cultivators below the 5th grade of origin energy. I used 3 treasures to lure over 1,000 Dao sect nascent soul cultivators with the intention of sucking them into the devil refining gourd, but who would have thought that there would be an accident? Not only were the sun, moon, and star formation broken and the devil refining gourd returned to the Immortal Palace, the Star Lord Hall's Hall Master Kong Hongwu was also killed in the grand formation. This servant has failed your Highness's trust. Please punish me." "Who did it?" Princess Qingqing's face turned cold. Especially when she heard that nearly 1,000 nascent soul cultivators escaped, she became even angrier and questioned. Gu Xianyun bit her lips and said, "From the videos and the information I have, I can't determine who did it. However, according to Linghu Pairan, there's a nascent soul cultivator called Xiao Hua who's especially suspicious. He suspects that Xiao Hua is the Grand Mist Ancestor's disciple." "Grand Mist Ancestor?" Princess Qingqing frowned and asked. "Of course, I can't be sure." Gu Xianyun smiled bitterly and said, "What kind of cultivation does the Grand Mist Ancestor have? If he made a move, the Star Lord Hall's origin chi is merely at the upper 5th grade. It's impossible for him to leave behind any traces. What's there to be suspicious about?" Hearing the doubt in Princess Qingqing's voice, Gu Xianyun was shocked and hurriedly told her his and Linghu Pairan's suspicions. "Your Highness," Yu Xiajing said in a low voice, "this Taoist Qing Su is real and Xiao Hua is fake. One is real and one is fake. Their goal is to cover up the Grand Mist Ancestor's methods and make him interfere in the Jadestage meeting to kill the Star Lord Hall's Hall Master. Moreover, I think that the Star Lord Hall might not be the Grand Mist Ancestor's target. He might have other plans." "How could it be the Grand Mist Ancestor?" Princess Qingqing sneered and said, "If that old ghost made a move, how could the Star Lord Hall still exist? He won't stop until blood flows everywhere. Moreover, since he killed Kong Hongwu, he would definitely take the demon refining gourd. How could he let the demon refining gourd return to the Immortal Palace?" "This..." Yu Xiajing smiled and said, "I heard that the Grand Mist Ancestor's physical body was destroyed. Perhaps he hasn't recovered his original strength?" "You only know how to make groundless accusations." Princess Qingqing snorted and said, "Xian Dongfang Hao Hua." "Yes, I'll call Mr. Dongfang over." Yu Xiajing hurriedly agreed and glanced at Gu Xianyun who was kneeling on the ground before hurriedly leaving. Chapter 3793. Princess Qingqing looked at the flowers in the distance, seemingly lost in thought. After a while, she said, "Gu Xianyun, I'm here." "Get up." "Thank you, Your Highness." Gu Xianyun felt relieved and quickly got up. "I know how hard you've worked." Princess Qingqing sighed. "As this princess trusted aide, you should be aware of the situation this princess is in. This princess has entrusted such an important task to you, and although you haven't completely failed, you are still far from this princess' expectations. And from what you said, Yaotai Mountain's Star Lord Palace can only be used once. Otherwise, it will attract the attention of the Immortal Emperor. What do you think we should do next?" "I've thought about it for a long time," Gu Xianyun said without hesitation. "There are many Taoist cultivators in the hidden Immortal Continent, and even the Penglai Immortal Realm. Don't think about the Penglai Immortal Realm. It's too sensitive. No one dares to mess with it." Princess Qingqing seemed a little anxious and interrupted Gu Xianyun before he could finish. "Yes, I didn't think it through." Gu Xianyun obviously didn't think about the Penglai Immortal Realm, but he went with the flow. If the Penglai immortal realm isn't mentioned, we can borrow some from the Heaven and Earth sect and the Shenhuang token. But that's far from enough. After all, we don't have enough Taoist nascent soul cultivators. I can only say, Western Paradise? Princess Qingqing frowned and asked. Your Highness is indeed wise. Gu Xianyun finally brought the topic to Paradise. Delighted, he nodded and said, there's a small town in Yuzhou in the lower realm. The relationship between us Confucian cultivators and the Buddhist sect is very delicate. Some conflicts could break out at any moment. Under such circumstances, if we do something in Paradise, we won't attract attention. Oh, I know about the Guanyin Pusa golden body in Longevity Town. If this matter isn't handled well, the war between us Confucian cultivators and the Buddhist sect seems inevitable. Princess Qingqing nodded slightly. Your idea is good, but the Buddhist sect's Saraira is inferior to a nascent soul cultivator. This birthday gift is barely satisfactory. Why don't we do both at the same time and make a decision at the end? Gu Xianyun said carefully. All right. Princess Qingqing nodded. You're my envoy. I'll leave everything to you. Don't disappoint me again. Yes, I understand. Gu Xianyun hurriedly agreed. Also, the mistake at Yaodai Mountain was your fault. This consort wants to punish you. Do you have anything to say? Gu Xianyun immediately knelt down and said, I'm willing to accept the punishment. If I punish you now, who will help me? Princess Qingqing raised her hand and said, Get up. I will allow you to atone for your crimes by meritorious service. Thank you, Princess. Gu Xianyun stood up hurriedly, feeling very happy. This consort will give you one more task. If you can complete it, not only will you be able to atone for your crimes, even the reward will be beyond your expectations. As Princess Qingqing spoke, her right hand plucked the strings of the zither. With a series of ding-ding sounds, clouds appeared around the golden pavilion and covered it. Gu Xianyun saw this and her face turned pale. She knew that this pavilion was bestowed by the Immortal Emperor. The origin formation that Princess Qingqing used borrowed the power of the Immortal Palace. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even Confucian cultivators wouldn't be able to see the situation after the formation was activated. If Princess Qingqing didn't have an extremely important task, how could she activate such a formation? Sure enough, Princess Qingqing said, I heard that Xen obtained a rare treasure from the lower realm. This treasure is useless to the Heaven's Choice Convention, but it can help her recover her cultivation. Your task is to find out what it is and see if you can. Princess Qingqing's words shocked Gu Xianyun so much that her face turned even paler. Even her body was trembling. However, in the end, Princess Qingqing waved her sleeve and a brocade box flew out from her palace dress and landed in front of Gu Xianyun. I know this is a bit difficult for you. This is a reward for you. If you can complete it, I will reward you. Gu Xianyun took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She then gently opened the brocade box. When she saw what was inside, her eyes flashed with greed and disbelief. She closed the box without hesitation and held it in her hand. She bowed and said, Thank you for your reward, Princess. I'm willing to die for you. Ha! Princess Qingqing was overjoyed. With a wave of her hand, the clouds in the pavilion slowly dispersed. Everything within the Immortal Palace and under the heavens is under my control. How could I possibly let you die? Don't worry. However, Princess Qingqing's tone suddenly changed as she finished speaking. But if you harbor evil intentions and spoil my plans, then not to mention being crushed into pieces, I'll make you regret it even if you enter the cycle of reincarnation. I know. Even if I make a mistake, I won't let anyone find out. Gu Xianyun put away the brocade box and quickly answered. She then looked around and whispered, Mr. Dongfang is coming. Should I leave? Princess Qingqing smiled. Of course not. You're my confidant. He's just an outsider. There's no reason to leave him. Gu Xianyun knew that Princess Qingqing was comforting her, but she still felt warm inside. How many people in the Immortal Palace could receive such words from the fifth princess of the Immortal Emperor? Thank you, Princess. Gu Xianyun's eyes were a bit wet. She lowered her head and stood respectfully at the side. After a while, a middle-aged man with a strong body and a high forehead who looked very wise came to the pavilion, accompanied by Yu Xiaojing. Yu Xiaojing saw Gu Xianyun standing at the side and knew that the crisis was over. She relaxed and said, "Princess, I've brought Dongfang Haohua to see you." Princess Qingqing nodded. "Let him in." The middle-aged man walked into the pavilion and bowed. Dongfang Haohua greets the fifth princess. "Mr. Dongfang, please rise." Princess Qingqing smiled like a flower. "I have some unresolved matters. I want to hear Mr. Dongfang's opinion." "I don't dare." "Princess, please speak. I'll give you my humble opinion." Although Mr. Dongfang spoke of his humble opinion, his tone was neither arrogant nor humble. He was even a bit proud. "Xianyun, tell Mr. Dongfang about the Star Lord Palace's palace lord being killed on Yaodai Mountain." Princess Qingqing instructed. "Yes." Gu Xianyun understood Princess Qingqing's meaning. She hurriedly cleared her throat and said what needed to be said. When Dongfang Haohua heard the words Star Lord Palace, he was stunned. After listening for a while, he understood that this Star Lord Palace wasn't the same Star Lord Palace. After Gu Xianyun finished speaking, Dongfang Haohua asked curiously, "Your Highness, are you trying to find Kong Hongwu's murderer?" "That's not it." Princess Qingqing smiled. "It's just that it involves the Grand Mist Ancestor. I'm a bit cautious." "Oh, so it's like that." Dongfang Haohua nodded. The Grand Mist Ancestor is a Taoist who can reverse yin and yang. Anything that involves him will be difficult. However, from this matter, that Xiaohua cultivator is the most suspicious. He might not be the one who killed Kong Hongwu, but he definitely knows the inside story. As for that Shangguan Yaren, he must be the one who killed him. Moreover, since he can kill Shangguan Yaren as a nascent soul cultivator, he might be able to kill Kong Hongwu. Fifth princess only needs to capture Xiaohua to find out. Of course, even if Xiaohua doesn't know the inside story, since he is related to the Grand Mist Ancestor, he must be the Grand Mist Ancestor's trusted aide or disciple like Taoist Qing Su. Since fifth princess wants to find the Grand Mist Ancestor's tracks, then you have to start with these two people. Capture Xiaohua and torture him to find out the truth of Yaodai Mountain. Kill Qing Su and force the Grand Mist Ancestor to show himself. Dongfang Haohua naturally didn't think that Princess Qingqing had other thoughts. Because the Grand Mist Ancestor's tracks seemed to be the most important thing in the Immortal Palace. Good. Fifth Princess Qingqing clapped her hands and said, "One capture, one kill." Mr. Dongfang said it very well. However, whether it is Taoist Qing Su or Xiaohua, their origins seem to be very mysterious. I can't find their whereabouts. For some unknown reason, Linghu Pairan didn't tell Gu Xianyun where Xiaohua came from. And Gu Xianyun couldn't have learned the name of Black Wind Ridge from the cultivators who had returned. Therefore, Dongfang Haohua simply smiled and said without hesitation, "My immortal palace has eyes and ears everywhere in the hidden immortal continent, which is what ordinary people call the old man of the earth. Although it is difficult to find a Taoist cultivator, but it can't be considered too difficult, right? This is why I came to find you." Princess Qingqing nodded. "This matter is a great merit, but it is easy to control. I don't want too many people to know. The most important thing is that I can't directly dispatch the old man. Mr. Dongvi, I understand your Highness's thoughts. I will go find the deacon of the Hall of Light later." Dongfang Haohua secretly calculated in his heart and agreed. "Then I will have to trouble Mr. Dongfang." Princess Qingqing said with a smile, "There is another matter. Xianyun, the purpose of that Jade Pavilion meeting is to let Taoist cultivators establish a country, right? Then who got the Imperial Tutor's lot?" "Reporting to your Highness." Gu Xianyun hurriedly said, "This time, we prepared a total of 10 Imperial Tutor's lots. I checked the Seoul official hall and found that 9 Imperial Tutor's lots have been used. The hidden immortal continent has 9 more Taoist countries. The last one is still missing. Those who can get the Imperial Tutor's lot are also suspicious. They might be the Grand Mist Ancestor's backup plan." Princess Qingqing waved her hand. "Find a reason to report to the Lingyun Hall and send troops to exterminate the 9 Taoist countries." Yes, I understand. Dongfang Haohua nodded. Not to mention exterminating 9 Taoist countries, even if it was 10 or 100, he wouldn't be moved. Oh, that's right, Mr. Dongfang. Princess Qingqing suddenly thought of something and asked, I received news from the Tianji Hall that the lower realm's 5 prefectures seem to be in chaos. This. Dongfang Haohua frowned slightly and hesitated. The 2 of you can leave first. Princess Qingqing ordered with a flick of her sleeve. Gu Xianyun and Yu Xiajing hurriedly bowed and slowly stepped back. The golden pavilion was shrouded in clouds once again. Chapter 3794. After half an hour, Dongfang Haohua came out of the Jasper Flower Palace. He didn't go directly to the Hall of Enlightenment. Instead, he went to the Hall of Spiritual Official first and waited for another day before arriving at the Hall of Enlightenment. When he came out of the Hall of Enlightenment, it was only the time for an incense stick to burn. From a side door of the Hall of Enlightenment, a clever-looking boy came out and rode a cloud to a dark purple palace. This palace was similar to the Jasper Flower Palace, but the plaque above the palace gate had the words School of the Emperor Star written on it. The boy came to the School of the Emperor Star and used his divine sense to explore for a moment. Then he ran to the small gate of the palace. Outside the gate, there were naturally immortal generals guarding it. They only let the boy in after checking his token. In the depths of the Emperor Star Palace, among the many pavilions, there was a very elegant library. A woman in a palace dress was sitting behind a desk. There was a brocade chair in front of the desk and a sage-like old man was sitting on it. The old man was holding a book in his hand and seemed to be reading something. The woman was listening with full attention. Outside the library, a palace maid walked to the door and respectfully stood there. She didn't dare to say anything. After the old man finished reading, he put away the book and smiled at the woman. Ninth Princess, this old man will stop talking about the Thunder Spirit gestation method today. I'm afraid something has happened outside. The woman looked up. That fresh face and bright eyes. Wasn't that Xin who went to the bottom of the river with Xiaohua? Thank you for your trouble, old Mr. Lei. Princess Xin got up. Seeing this, the old man also quickly got up from the brocade chair and smiled. It's no trouble at all. Not to mention the immortal emperor's decree, this old man can't disobey. The ninth princess is very respectful to this old man. This old man hopes that the princess can successfully cultivate the Thunder Spirit gestation method and quickly recover her cultivation. Okay, this old man won't delay the princess business. Goodbye. This princess will send Mr. off. Princess Xin quickly walked out from behind the desk. Old Mr. Lei waved his hand and quickly left the library. Shi Jing, is there something important? Princess Xin sent old Mr. Lei off and asked the palace maid at the door. The palace maid named Shi Jing quickly bowed and replied, reporting to the princess, Sun Gang from the Hall of Enlightenment wants to see you. What interesting matter did this little guy have this time? Let him in. The new princess smiled and waved her hand. Shi Jing turned around and waited for the new princess to return to her seat before the boy called Sun Gang came to the library in a well-behaved manner. He bowed and said, This humble subject greets the ninth princess. He get up. The new princess asked with a smile, Do you have anything important to report today? Of course it's important. The boy was a little unhappy when he heard the smile in the new princess's tone. This humble servant took a risk to meet the princess. If you don't want to listen, this humble servant won't say anything. Of course. The new princess smiled and said, Sun Gang's message is all very important. This is what old Master Sun said himself. Why would I lie to you? Really? Did great-grandfather really praise me like that? Sun Gang asked proudly as he listened to his own small chest. Of course. The new princess continued, Your great-grandfather even praised you for your intelligence and said that you would definitely be a literary figure in the military. Hee. Sun Gang laughed from ear to ear. That's right, Shi Jing, give some fruits to Sun Gang. Although the School of the Emperor Star doesn't have any peaches of immortality, we still have other fruits. The new princess was happy when she saw Sun Gang smile and ordered. Your Highness. Shi Jing smiled and said, "He already ate it just now. However, he insisted on the spirit jujube that your highness brought back last time." "That's right, your highness." Speaking of the spirit jujube, Sun Gang threw his great-grandfather's praise to the back of his head and hurriedly asked, "Big sister Shi Jing is too stingy. She won't even give me the spirit jujube." "Hee, it's not that she won't give it to you. It's because there aren't any left in my school of the Emperor Star." When the new princess heard the spirit jujube, she immediately knew that Xiaohua had casually given it to her that day. She had also casually placed it in the palace. It was just that Sun Gang occasionally ate it and liked it very much. Unfortunately, there weren't many spirit jujubes. After eating it, it was naturally gone. "Your Highness, don't lie to me." Sun Gang didn't believe it. His small eyes blinked as he cried out, "You are the immortal emperor's most beloved little princess. How come you don't even have a spirit jujube?" "Little brat, what are you saying? How can you be so impudent?" While Sun Gang was speaking, an old man who looked very similar to Sun Gang slowly walked in. "Mr. Sun." The new princess stood up and smiled. Sun Gang, on the other hand, had a bitter expression on his face. He hurriedly turned around and saluted, "Greetings, great-grandfather." While speaking, a brocade chair appeared out of thin air on the side of the desk that was extremely close to the new princess. The old man walked in front of the brocade chair and said with a smile, "Your Highness, please sit." "All right, mister, sit as well." The new princess raised her hand to signal and sat down first. After the new princess sat down, the old man sat down and looked at Sun Gang. "Sun Gang, if your Highness says you don't have it, then you don't have it. Do you understand?" "Grandson understands." Sun Gang didn't dare to say anything more. "Hee, I really don't have it here. If there's a chance in the future, I'll get more for you." The new princess smiled and said, "Thank you, Princess." Sun Gang hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Old Man Sun nodded and asked Sun Gang, "What happened in the Hall of Enlightenment today?" Hearing this, Sun Gang's expression changed. He straightened his back and said, "All right, Your Highness, I'll let you know that there are many important matters in the Hall of Enlightenment today." Sun Gang's little mouth spoke one sentence after another. Princess Xn listened with a smile, while Old Man Sun narrowed his eyes and pondered. In the end, Sun Gang said, "Aside from Yong State being destroyed 42% and Yangzhou State being destroyed 39%, more than 15% of Qing State, Ji State, Liang State, and Jing State were destroyed. Su State and Gun State were destroyed more than 10%. As for you State, I don't know. What else?" The new princess knew that the Ling Yun Palace was already paying attention to Yu State, so Sun Gang couldn't have gotten any information. "No." Sun Gang shook his head, but a moment later, he vigorously nodded. There's, this humble servant remembers. There was someone named Dongfang Haohua who came to find Sun Bing. He wanted Deacon Sun to help find 2 Dao sect cultivators. Dongfang Haohua found 2 Dao sect cultivators. Princess Xn glanced at old Mr. Sun curiously and asked in confusion, "Is this his master's idea or his own? Who are the 2 Dao sect cultivators?" Old Man Sun didn't answer the new princess and instead asked Sun Gang. "One is Qing Su Daoist and the other is Xiaohua. It is said that they are both nascent soul cultivators." Although Sun Gang didn't care about this information, he remembered their names clearly. The new princess frowned. Her heart was in turmoil, but she still asked calmly, "2 nascent soul cultivators? What does he want?" It is indeed strange. If they are cultivators from the Penglai immortal realm, then it is understandable. Finding 2 Dao sect nascent soul cultivators is indeed strange. Old Man Sun looked at the new princess. The new princess noticed and nodded at Old Man Sunday. She then said to Sun Gang, "Do you have any images?" "Of course, but I don't care. They are all in Sun Bing's hands." Sun Gang didn't understand and asked, Is this very important?" "Ha, of course it is important." The new princess thought for a moment and said with a smile, "See if you can show me the images of the 2 people. If possible, your spirit date may fall on Xiaohua." "Really?" Sun Gang was overjoyed and asked loudly. Do you think I will lie to you? The new princess said seriously, you can go now. Keep this to yourself and don't tell anyone else. Hearing that it was a secret, Sun Gang straightened his back and nodded. Your Highness, please rest assured. I understand. I will leave now and go to find Yutong. After that, Sun Gang bowed to Old Man Sun again and left with the heavy burden on his shoulders. Looking at Sun Gang's comeback, the new princess said with a smile, Old Man Sun, Sun Gang is very clever and doesn't show his emotions on his face. He will be of great use in the future. Your Highness, you flatter me. If this boy can still be like this after leaving the library, then he will be of great use. Haha. The new princess looked at Sun Gang, who was just 100 feet away from the library, and immediately jumped up and down like a monkey. She laughed and said, after all, he is still young. He will be blessed with more experience. It depends on your Highness' ambition. Mr. Sun looked at the smiling princess meaningfully and said, sometimes, family is important, but if you give up your utility and power for family, I'm afraid you won't even be able to keep your family. In this case, why not take the initiative? Care about the world and spread mercy on the earth? Ahem. The new princess coughed twice, and a kind of helplessness appeared on her face. She waved her hand and said, Old Man Sun, let's talk about it later. Now is the future. Old Man Sun looked very serious. Ninth Princess, you can't retreat anymore. You have been forced to the edge of the cliff. It's not that bad. The new princess' helpless expression was added with embarrassment. Your Highness, I didn't want to talk about it before. Don't tell me that I didn't know about your injury. Old Man Sun glared at the new princess. If someone didn't set you up deliberately, how could you, the daughter of the immortal emperor, a noble descendant of heaven? Old Man Sun, don't mention this again. The new princess said firmly. Seeing the new princess's attitude, Old Man Sun didn't say anything and said, now that the person in the Jasper Flower Palace is looking for 2 Taoist cultivators, I don't know who Xiaohua is, but I do know Reverend Qing Su. He is the subordinate of the Grand Mist Ancestor. That person is obviously trying to steal the credit. As long as she can find the Grand Mist Ancestor's tracks or cut off his wings, she will definitely attract the attention of the Celestial Emperor. At that time, Her Highness will have a hard time protecting herself. Chapter 3795. Yes, I'm going to discuss this with old Mr. Sun. Princess Xian nodded. Regarding the Grand Mist Ancestor, I have already sent people to investigate. However, the Grand Mist Ancestor is a Taoist almighty after all. If he wants to hide his tracks, who can find him unless they are an immortal emperor? So we have to look from the side, from the local, and from the small. Old Mr. Sun laughed. Xiaohua and Qing Su Jinren are the breakthrough. The Jasper Flower Palace's foresight is very accurate. Mr. Don't tell me you didn't pay attention to Qing Su Jinren? Princess Xian also laughed. Of course. Old Mr. Sun proudly said, I've never had a mediocre person under the true Confucian. It's not difficult to find a Taoist cultivator. In this aspect, the Jasper Flower Palace can't compare to the Emperor's Star Palace. Speaking of this, old Mr. Sun changed the topic and asked, in addition, what's the matter with Xiaohua of this Taoist sect? Is he the same person as the Xiaohua that your Highness mentioned? That's not possible. Princess Xian frowned and said, the cultivation of Xiaohua of the hidden immortal continent and Xiaohua of the Elysian world are too far apart. Moreover, it takes several years to cross the East Sea from the Elysian world to the hidden immortal continent. It's impossible for him to attract the attention of the Jasper Flower Palace during this period of time. In particular, Xiaohua of the Elysian world is proficient in Confucian cultivation and even Buddhist magic. How could the Grand Mist Ancestor let his capable subordinate cultivate Confucian and Buddhist magic? Your Highness, why did you tell Sun Gang? Old Mr. Sun asked. Princess Xian frowned slightly and raised her eyes to look outside the library. The new concubine bamboo there was extremely lush. After a while, she said, Xiaohua of Elysium is extremely mysterious. I feel that he still has many divine abilities that I don't know about. If he can really teleport from the Elysian world to the hidden immortal continent, I won't be surprised. Even if he does something incredible, I think it's possible. That's what I told Sun Gang to pay more attention. Xiao Hua of the Elysian world is really so powerful? Old Mr. Sun was shocked. He stared at Princess Xen and asked, "Your Highness, is there something you haven't told me?" "Indeed." Princess Xen nodded. "Those things are Xiao Hua's secret," this princess promised him. "If that's the case, then I'll have to reconsider this matter." Old Mr. Sun narrowed his eyes and said, "And this old man also suggests that Her Royal Highness send my true Confucian cultivator to investigate specifically instead of letting Sun Gang make trouble." "Indeed. I'll leave this matter to old Mr. Sun." After the new princess agreed, she took out a jade eye and handed it over. "This is the statue of Xiao Hua from Elysium. Old Mr. Sun, please accept it." "All right." Old Mr. Sun took it and his eyes lit up. After looking at it, he carefully put it away and said, "In addition, this old man also wants to discuss with the princess about the war in the 5 states of the hidden immortal continent." Yes, in the 9 regions of the hidden immortal continent, it is common for Dao sects to be destroyed every year. Our country of Confucian cultivators is generally within the 10 nations. Why were countries being destroyed so frequently recently? Su province and Gun province were considered normal, but Qing province, Ji province, Liangzhou, and Jingzhou had actually exceeded 15 countries. As for Yong province and Yangzhou, the number of countries that had been destroyed was almost unimaginable. What exactly had happened? Could it be that the contradictions between our country of Confucian cultivators have reached an irreconcilable point? Your Highness may not care about this, but this old man has carefully checked the situation of these countries. This is precisely what I want to report to your Highness. A layer of coldness appeared on old Mr. Sun's face. This princess is willing to listen to the details. The new princess was shocked. It was rare to see old Mr. Sun so serious, so she hurriedly said. Old Mr. Sun pointed his hand and the map of the hidden immortal continent appeared out of thin air. He stood up and pointed at Yong province. Yong province originally had 2,131 countries of Confucian cultivators, 463 countries of Dao sects, and 177 countries of Buddhist sections. Among the countries of Confucian cultivators, our school of the military occupies 407 countries, the Confucian school occupies 1030 countries, and the rest are countries founded by the miscellaneous school, Yin-Yang school, and other schools of thought. This is the same as the agreement between our school of the military and the Confucian school. The Confucian school of the hidden immortal continent dominates, and the school of the military controls the immortal palace. However, this old man has seen that among the 42 countries that were destroyed in Yong province, 20 of them belong to the school of the military. 3 of them belong to the Confucian school, 10 belong to the miscellaneous school, and 20 of them belong to the peasant school. Peasant school? How is that possible? Xen raised her eyebrows and was even more surprised. Look at the 39 countries that were destroyed in Yangzhou. Among them, 15 belong to the school of the military, 5 belong to the Confucian school, 5 belong to the miscellaneous school, and only 10 of them belong to the Yin-Yang school. This seems to be the rhythm of 100 schools of thought. Xen sneered as if she had understood something. Old Mr. Sun nodded. On the surface, it is indeed so. It's a grand event for Confucian cultivators to contend for supremacy. But in fact, there are undercurrents surging in the hidden immortal continent. From the birth and death of the countries, it can be seen that there are some internal conflicts among us Confucian cultivators. All the major schools and aristocratic families have shown their faces, competing with each other in political and martial arts. They all want to lead each other for thousands of years. Hee. Princess Xen sneered. These are all high-sounding reasons. If we were to talk about the root cause, I'm afraid that those who are unwilling to be left out and who are dissatisfied with the distribution of the fruits of victory in the ancient Immortal and Buddha formation have now seen the friction between the Immortal Palace and the Thunder Temple, so they are unwilling to be left out and jump out to cause trouble, right? But the problem is, old Mr. Sun smiled and said, they jumped out at the right time. Now that Yuzhou is being closely monitored by the Lingyun Palace, even the Hall of Enlightenment can't interfere. The situation in the Longevity Town is really at a critical juncture. The Immortal Emperor can't even take care of himself. It's just the Thunder Temple. Not everyone in the Buddhist sect wants to take advantage of it. Princess XNXN naturally thought of Ci Hui. She said thoughtfully, although the Mahavairakana world venerable controls the Thunder Temple, the ancient Buddha Dipankara and the Maitreya Buddha might not be on the same side as him. There might be something that can be used. Your Highness, you're thinking too much. You're too idealistic. Old Mr. Sun shook his head. The Buddhist sect has always been united against outsiders. Their doctrines are different from our Confucian cultivation methods. We can't compare them, and we can't place our hopes on them. What about the Thousand Demons' sacred realm? It seems that those great sages haven't done anything. How would the Thousand Demons' sacred realm dare to do anything? Old Mr. Sun smiled and said, the Thousand Demons' sacred realm has never cared about the hidden immortal continent and the pure land of ultimate bliss. If those great sages make a move, the 3 continents will really be in chaos. The 4 great families deserve to die. Princess XNXN gritted her teeth and said, back then, the Immortals and Buddhas fought against the Taoist sect together. They pushed the military school to the front, and we lost countless cultivators before we won. Now, we're just in control of the Immortal Palace, and they're so troublesome. Shoo! Old Mr. Sun hurriedly stopped Princess XNXN from complaining and said anxiously, you're the princess. You can't say that. Everything is just speculation. Even if everyone knows, we can't turn hostile. This is the so-called overt conspiracy. Your Highness, don't worry. The Immortal Emperor must know what to do. We just need to do our own things. Well, old Mr. Sun, arrange for the true Confucian cultivators to investigate why the Jasper Flower Palace is looking for 2 Taoist nascent soul cultivators. Princess XNXN ordered. Also, send people to keep an eye on the situation in the 5 continents and see what the 4 great families are doing. Also, after so many years of recuperation, the Taoist sect's cultivators are showing signs of resurgence. With the primordial chaos ancestor freed, the Taoist sect has become a force that can't be ignored. Although the military school used to be the main force to destroy the Taoist sect, the situation is different now. There's a possibility of cooperation. Although the Immortal Emperor doesn't have a decree, we still need to test it first. Okay, I understand. Old Mr. Sun smiled and said, the purpose of the true Confucian sect is to find the true essence of Confucian cultivators. Moreover, the goal of the true Confucian sect has always been to educate everyone regardless of background. All living things in the world, including the Taoist sect and the Buddhist sect, even demons, flowers, birds, fish, and insects, as long as they have a spirit and have the heart to be educated, they can be friends with us. When old Mr. Sun said this, Princess XNXN frowned slightly and said in a low voice, old Mr. Sun, please leave us for a moment. It seems that Mr. Lei has returned for something important. After old Mr. Sun left, not long after, Mr. Lei hurried over. His face was filled with joy. The moment he entered the library, he cupped his hands and said, congratulations, 9th Princess. This old man has good news to report to your Highness. Princess XNXN smiled and said, what good news is it that made Mr. Lei return? And has returned to the punishment hall with the Thunder Profound Province's punishment envoy. Mr. Lei went straight to the point. And is back? Princess XNXN was overjoyed. She stood up from behind the desk and said with a smile, where was she demoted to? I actually couldn't find a trace of her after 1,000 years. Is her punishment over now? I'll let your Highness know. Mr. Lei said somewhat awkwardly, when Miss Bai and pleaded guilty, it was the Empress who personally sealed her into the heavenly punishment prison crystal. The 3 provinces of the Thunder Profound province didn't know about it. However, I already know that Miss Bai and was thrown into the hidden immortal continent, not the pure land of bliss that your highness guessed. Moreover, Miss Bai An's punishment isn't over yet. It's just that the power of heaven and earth shattered her heavenly punishment prison crystal. Now, the punishment envoy is already in the punishment hall checking the heavenly punishment prison crystal's law chains. Once he reports to the Empress, Miss Bai, and can be released back to the palace. Great! Princess XN clapped her hands and said, what happened back then was the Gusu family's fault, but, in order to appease the Confucians, they put all the blame on a female official of the school of the Emperor Star. It's rather inappropriate. Bai and was able to escape in advance, which shows the mercy of heaven and earth. I don't dare to say too much about this. Mr. Lei cupped his hands and said, I'll take my leave. When Miss Bai and returns to the school of the Emperor Star, I'll come again to congratulate you. Chapter 3796. Thank you, Mr. Lei. Princess XN was very happy. She cared a lot about Tao Wu. As the daughter of the high and mighty immortal emperor, her life was destined to be lonely. Tao Wu had been her playmate since she was young. The immortal law that Tao Wu violated was actually nothing. Even Gusuchiodi was not suppressed in the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal. As an accomplice, how could Tao Wu be punished? However, in order to warn Princess XN, the Empress punished her severely. She was afraid that Princess XN would repeat the same mistake. However, this punishment not only made Princess XN feel guilty, but she also found several opportunities to go down to the lower realm to rescue her. As for Saint Jiangxi's trip, he was also looking for Tao Wu. What XN said to Xiaohua was not a lie. Now that Princess XN heard that Tao Wu was free, she was so happy that she could die. The burden in her heart was swept away. After sending Mr. Lei away, Mr. Sun also left. However, after he walked out of the school of the Emperor Star, he thought for a bit and then flew to the east. Old Mr. Sun flew for a long time and saw that the palaces and pavilions on his left had become sparse. The glow of the immortal palace was also gradually dimming. Some rather strange light purple clouds gradually filled the entire sky. Amidst the clouds, an extremely majestic palace was revealed. Mr. Sun flew to the front of the palace. He looked at the 3 ancient inscriptions on the plaque that said, Pure Jade Palace. He took a deep breath and carefully tidied his clothes. He respectfully bowed and said, Junior Sun Yu is here to greet the master of the Pure Jade Palace. Come in. A faint voice came from Sun Yu's ears. Sun Yu did not dare to stand up. He still said, Thank you, master of the Pure Jade Palace. Then, a jade stone that looked like a flight of stairs appeared in front of the Pure Jade Palace. Sun Yu straightened up and walked onto the jade stone. Thousands of light purple inscriptions rushed out from the jade stone under his feet and wrapped around Sun Yu like tadpoles. They disappeared in a moment. When Sun Yu's figure appeared again, he was inside an extremely vast palace. However, this palace was quiet and there was no movement. It was as if there was no one inside. On the high jade platform, there was a golden throne with an old man sitting on it. This old man was wearing an emperor's robe and clouds were flowing around his face. Images of mountains and rivers flashed in the clouds as if the old man's face was the mountains and rivers. Although the old man was just sitting there, he gave off a majestic feeling. Even the tallest mountain in the hidden immortal continent couldn't be compared to the old man's imposing manner, as if he was looking down on all the other mountains. Sun Yu composed himself and hurriedly came down from the jade stone. He prostrated himself and said, Sun Yu greets the Jade Pure Palace Master. Get up. The voice of the master of the Jade Pure Palace was ethereal and extremely grand. If one listened carefully, it sounded like a gurgling stream, but inadvertently, it sounded like a thunderclap. Sun Yu stood up respectfully, not daring to raise his head even though he knew that the person sitting on the golden throne might not necessarily be the Jade Pure Palace Master's true body. After the Jade Pure Palace Master finished speaking, he didn't ask any more questions. Sun Yu continued, This junior has come to visit the Jade Pure Palace Master because I have something to report to you. The Jade Pure Palace Master replied indifferently. Sun Yu didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly told him about Princess Xin's encounter with Xiao Hua, as well as Xiao Hua and Taoist Master Qing Su. He asked, this junior feels that Xiao Hua is the Grand Mist Ancestor's subordinate. He should have a plan to contact the ninth princess and definitely has ulterior motives. However, the ninth princess seems to have a good impression of Xiao Hua, so this junior doesn't dare to be at ease. If Xiao Hua is the Grand Mist Ancestor's subordinate, then all of Xiao Hua's karma will be shielded by the Grand Mist Ancestor. Even if this junior wants to investigate, I may not be able to obtain the truth. Therefore, this junior wants to ask the Lord to investigate this Xiao Hua's background. If the Grand Mist Ancestor is shielding the heavens, even this prince won't be able to detect it. The Jade Pure Palace Master's voice was still calm. However, the ninth princess is one of my true Confucians. Her every action has a heavy influence on the world's Confucians. Your worries are very reasonable. Wait a moment, this prince will investigate. Thank you for your trouble, Jade Pure Palace Master. Sun Yu was very happy when he heard this and replied respectfully. Boom. Just as Sun Yu's voice fell, the entire palace hall emitted a loud rumbling sound. The space under Sun Yu's feet became empty in an instant. Although Sun Yu didn't dare to raise his head, he clearly saw that the magnificent palace hall had disappeared. His surroundings were pitch-black starry skies. Woo! An extremely sharp sound came from the front of his head. Sun Yu couldn't help but sneak a glance. The Jade Pure Palace Master who was originally sitting on the golden chair had disappeared. Only a group of tadpole-like inscriptions on the golden chair was violently tumbling. The sharp sound came from the inscriptions on the golden chair. Puff, puff, puff. Sun Yu's gaze fell on the inscriptions on the golden chair. In the starry skies around the golden chair, tens of thousands of feet-long crystal threads as thick as a bowl's mouth appeared. These crystal threads condensed an extremely pure and noble aura, and each thread contained a faint chanting sound. As the crystal threads surged in, each inscription on the armor rapidly expanded. The inscriptions on the armor glowed and surged with clouds. They were as dazzling as the stars. Sun Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. He suddenly felt that each inscription on the armor was giving birth to thousands of living creatures. His heart couldn't help but thump as he stared at the inscriptions on the armor. He somewhat understood that this seemed to be an excellent opportunity for him. The inscriptions on the armor seemed to expand infinitely. When Sun Yu felt that there was no more starry skies in his eyes and that there was no room for anything else, with a loud bang, all the inscriptions on the armor burst apart at the same time. Human figures, beast figures, mountains, rivers, roads. It was as if the myriad forms of the world had filled Sun Yu's mind in an instant. See! As the true qi in Sun Yu's chest churned violently, a sharp pain appeared in his mind. He couldn't help but cry out. You have just become a literary saint. The true qi in your chest isn't pure. It's not good to look at it for too long. It's enough if you can feel it. Just as the voice of the Jade Pure Palace's master seemed to appear everywhere, there was a rare hint of surprise in his tone. Sun Yu quickly retracted his gaze and secretly adjusted his breathing to stabilize his realm. His ears perked up again as he listened to the Jade Pure Palace's master. Woo woo. At this moment, the entire starry sky was filled with all kinds of things. Scenes flashed past Sun Yu's body as if they were pushed by a big hand. Countless whistling sounds were produced between the scenes. The sound of the wind was also strange, causing Sun Yu to tremble in fear. After the time it took to eat a meal, all the scenes suddenly disappeared and turned into large inscriptions on the armor hidden in the starry sky. The brilliant starlight calmly appeared in the sky again. At this moment, on the golden throne, the Jade Pure Palace's master in his emperor's outfit appeared. There was no change from before. My lord? Sun Yu probed, but the Jade Pure Palace's master didn't answer. Sun Yu didn't dare to ask more and stood quietly to the side. After a while, the Jade Pure Palace's master said, This Xiao Hua's karma is also blocked. This king can only detect that he is near Jing province. See. Sun Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. He was shocked in his heart. He wasn't shocked that the Jade Pure Palace's master couldn't detect, but he was shocked that the Grand Mist Ancestor's layout was so high. Since the new princess had already entered the trap, it would be difficult for him to dissuade her. Could it be? Sun Yu hurriedly asked. The Grand Mist Ancestor's cultivation is so high that he can detect all kinds of things in the world? He can actually be in the Pure Land, waiting for the 9th princess? The Jade Pure Palace's master indifferently replied, the method used to block Xiaohua's karma is different from the Grand Mist Ancestors. It shouldn't be the Grand Mist Ancestor's method. This king can't confirm whether he is the Grand Mist Ancestor's disciple. Moreover, this king has a feeling that this Xiaohua is very important to us Confucian cultivators. Important? Sun Yu was a little dumbfounded. He originally wanted to verify whether Xiaohua was an enemy, but he didn't expect to get this result. The Jade Pure Palace's master sighed slightly. The entire starry sky was annihilated, and Sun Yu was once again standing inside the palace. This king has always believed that whether it is the military school, Confucian school, legalism school, Tao sect, Buddhism sect, or demon sect, as long as it can cultivate, it has a spirit. There are countless paths of cultivation, but there is only one way back. Since Xiaohua is proficient in Tao sect and Confucian cultivation, he is useful to us Confucian cultivators. It doesn't matter whether he is the Grand Mist Ancestor's disciple. Junior understands? Sun Yu hurriedly bowed. Junior will arrange it. Following the Jade Pure Palace's master's voice, inscriptions surged around Sun Yu's body. When the inscriptions disappeared, Sun Yu's figure once again appeared outside the Jade Pure Palace. Sun Yu didn't dare to be negligent. After bowing to the Jade Pure Palace's door, he hurriedly left. Xiao Huan naturally didn't know that he had been noticed by the Jade Pure Palace's master. At this time, he was standing outside the misty mountain maze formation that had almost disappeared, smiling as he spoke to Zhang Daoren. Zhang Daoren looked at the submerged mountain peak and said, Taoist Xiao, it seems that this misty mountain maze formation is our opportunity. This time, it has sunk into the ground, and we don't know when it will come out. No one knows who the next fated fellow Taoist will be. Fate arises and perishes, why does it have to be like this? Xiaohua replied indifferently. But just as he was about to speak again, he suddenly felt a shock in his heart. A strange feeling arose in his heart. This feeling was like ice and snow covering his body, and even more so, it was as if his entire body had been seen through by someone. Who is it? Xiaohua was shocked, and his divine perception hurriedly swept out. Zhang Daoren was also startled. At the same time, he flew up and swept out with his divine sense in the opposite direction. However, after a while, whether it was Zhang Daoren or Xiaohua, there was a strange expression on their faces because there was no one in their divine sense. Taoist Xiao? Zhang Daoren curiously asked, what did you find? It seems like someone is peeping. Xiaohua was still worried and looked left and right, but obviously he didn't find anything. Chapter 3797. How about now? Zhang Daoren probed with his divine sense for a moment. Xiaohua closed his eyes and savored it carefully. After a while, the doubt on his face grew heavier. He answered in confusion, there seems to be more, but it also seems like there isn't. It's really strange. Congratulations, Zhenren Xiao. Zhang Daoren smiled and said, oh, where did the joy come from? Xiaohua asked with a smile. Zhang Daoren said, although Zhenren Xiao didn't enter the real Immortal's cave during the trip to the Misty Mountain Maze, you still gain something. Now that you're uneasy, it's a sign that you're about to break through a bottleneck. Hearing Zhang Daoren's words, Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only say perfunctorily, perhaps. You 3 nascent soul cultivators are about to step into the out-of-body realm. I should be able to take half a step, right? At this moment, 2 long roars came from the distance at the same time. 2 divine senses of equal strength swept over like waterfalls. Then, Sun Kongshangren and Zhai Xingzi flew out from their secluded cultivation. Congratulations, fellow Taoists. Xiao Hua and Zhang Daoran greeted them with smiles. Sun Kongshangren and Zhai Xingzi landed in front of them. They looked at each other and smiled. They bowed to Xiao Hua and said, "We have to thank fellow Taoist Xiao for your secret technique. Now, we have great confidence in controlling the growth of our realms. You're welcome." Xiao Hua waved his hand. "We're all Taoist cultivators. It's only right that we work together." Ha! Sun Kongshangren laughed and said something to Xiao Hua. Zhang Daoran also asked Zhai Xingzi some things in a low voice. The four nascent soul cultivators understood that since they all came out of seclusion, it was time to say goodbye. "Zhai Xingzi." Gusu Qiudi's voice came. Behind her was a mysterious Gongshu Exing. "Oh Qiu, what's the matter?" Zhai Xingzi asked with a smile. "There's a small matter that I need to ask you for a favor." Gusu Qiudi flew in front of Zhai Xingzi and asked politely. This made Zhai Xingzi's hair stand. "What is it?" "Tell me first," Zhai Xingzi said hurriedly. Gusu Qiudi looked at the four and smiled. Exin entered Senior Zonglangzi's cave with your help. Not only did she get his formation legacy, but she also got some of our Confucian cultivation methods. She is very happy and has refined a small imperial artifact during her seclusion. She would like to ask for your help to test the artifact's effect. How about Xingzi be the first? If that's the case, of course you can. Zhai Xingzi smiled and looked at Gongshu Exin behind Gusu Qiudi. Gongshu Exin flew over and said with a smile, "I have to thank all of you seniors for being able to obtain so much. This little imperial equipment is something I learned from Senior Zonglangzi's cave, so I would like to give it a try. Once again, I would like to thank the seniors for their tolerance." It had to be said that after several years of coexistence, Gongshu Exion's arrogant personality didn't seem so annoying. "What is this imperial artifact for?" Sun Kongshangren looked at the imperial artifact in Gongshu Exion's hand that looked like a pearl and asked cautiously. Nothing, just a little toy." Gongshu Exion was like a little fox that stole a hen, smiling very sweetly. "Xingzi," Gusu Qiudi said, "you are the first." "It's okay, I have already tested it." But Zhai Xingzi had nothing to say, so he obediently flew in front of Gongshu Exin. Take out your hand and disperse your protective qi." Gongshu Exin put the pearl in the air and said, "Put it under the pearl." Zhai Xingzi did as he was told. Gongshu Exin pointed at the pearl and a string of inscriptions appeared on it. They rushed into Zhai Xingzi's skin like ants. Then, from a small circular hole on the pearl, a rainbow rushed out. This rainbow was divided into 7 colors, layer by layer. It looked very beautiful. Zhai Xingzi looked at the rainbow that had more than 10 layers and was really confused. He did not understand what it was for. It's Zhang Daoran Senior's turn. Gongshu Exin used her hand to hook the pearl and the rainbow disappeared. "Qiu, what are you doing?" Zhai Xingzi asked curiously. Gusu Qiudi smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will tell you in a while." Zhang Daoran looked at Zhai Xingzi and did the same. Naturally, the rainbow flew out from the pearl again. There were 20 layers. Xiao Hua and Sun Kongshangren at the side understood. This was probably an imperial artifact to test one's magic power. Sure enough, Sun Kongshangren's rainbow was about the same as Zhang Daoran's. Forget it. Xiao Hua knew that his magic power was different from the other 3. He waved his hand and said, "My cultivation method is different from the 3 of you. It's fine if I don't measure it." "Don't." Gusu Qiudi smiled and said, "Jinren Zhao's magic power is outstanding. This is something we all know. Why don't you show it to everyone? Even if you have stepped into the out-of-body stage, it is still within our expectations." "Sai, all right." Xiao Hua was somewhat helpless. He dispersed the golden light protecting his body and withdrew his magic power and placed it on the pearl. Wang wang. When the inscription appeared, it let out a low rumbling sound. However, the inscription actually could not penetrate Xiao Hua's skin. Gongshu Exin frowned and said unhappily, "Senior Xiao, there is no need to do this." This little girl only wanted to see the effect of the imperial artifact. Aren't you being too narrow-minded? This, Xiao Hua said helplessly, go ahead and activate the imperial artifact. This Xiao is not unwilling. Alright. Gongshu EXN was also helpless. She said, Senior Xiao, it is best if you don't do anything to resist. Otherwise, this one's imperial artifact will not work. This one understands. Xiao Hua nodded. Wang wang wang. The imperial artifact let out more low rumbling sounds. The inscription madly rushed out. Unfortunately, although Xiao Hua's skin did not have any abnormalities, the inscription still could not penetrate. However, at this moment, Xiao Hua's heart trembled again. He could not help but suddenly look up at the sky. At this moment, Gongshu EXN hurriedly activated the inscription. The inscription loudly fell and disappeared into Xiao Hua's body. At the same time, the rainbow on the pearl suddenly appeared. However, the rainbow rushed out for a while and then stopped. Although Xiao Hua did not pay attention, Gongshu EXN saw clearly that the rainbow was only 3 or 4 layers high. Although the rainbow was very blurry, the layers of color were very clear. Ah! Gongshu EXN cried out in surprise. How is this possible? How can you be only 300 or 400 years old? At the same time she lost her voice, Xiao Hua's feeling of terror disappeared, replaced by a kind of empty loneliness. Of course, at this time, Gongshu EXN's imperial equipment lost its rainbow color, all of the inscriptions disappeared at the same time. Xiao Hua came back to his senses. As if he understood something, he asked in a low voice, Gongshu girl, what did you say? No, nothing. Gongshu EXN looked absent-mindedly at the pearl that had lost its luster. She replied absent-mindedly, I was just talking about my own imperial artifact. Xiao Hua of course heard Gongshu EXN scream. Of course, he also saw the shock in Gongshu EXN's heart. He also understood that Gongshu EXN's imperial artifact was similar to the one the Imperial Thunder sect used to select disciples. It was used to test bone age or lifespan. However, when it came to his own lifespan, Xiao Hua was also a bit depressed. In terms of bone age, his bones had been refined for a long time. Presumably, it was different from others. In terms of bloodline, he had the most holy bloodline in the relic world. He himself did not know the lifespan of this bloodline. Sure enough, Gongshu EXN's imperial artifact had already lost its luster. Even when Xiao Hua held the pearl in his hand, the pearl did not change. Xiao Hua already said, Xiao Hua's technique. Xiao Hua explained. Boom. Just as Xiao Hua was speaking, the pearl's luster suddenly became several thousand zhang. However, this luster did not seem to have any level. Impossible. How can you be only 300 years old? Even if you beat me to death. I won't believe it. Gongshu EXN did not look at the imperial artifact at all. She was still muttering to herself as if she was talking to herself. Taoist Master Xiao. At this time, Gusu Qiudi had to tell the truth. She smiled apologetically, EXN is just a bit naughty. She wants to do some strange things. This imperial artifact is actually used to test lifespan. Just now, Brother Xing Zi, Brother Dao Ran, and Brother Sun Kong, this concubine will not say any more. There was no need for Gusu Qiudi to say more. Age was Gongshu EXN's pride. This imperial artifact used to test lifespan was also something she used to show off. However, she really did not expect that Xiao Hua's age was really younger than hers. Moreover, his cultivation was much higher than Gongshu EXN's. At this moment, Gongshu EXN felt like she had smashed her own foot with a rock. She was looking for trouble for herself. At the last moment, she was looking for humiliation for no reason. Xiao Hua, how old are you? Gongshu EXN did not seem to wake up from her shock. She still asked. Xiao Hua was a bit helpless. He looked at Zhang Dao Ran, Sun Kong, Zhai Xingzi, and Gusu Qiudi, who were also surprised. He smiled and said, How old this Xiao is it that important? Haha, it is indeed not important. Zhang Dao Ran laughed and said, This is because Taoist Zhao's cultivation method is different. We can't generalize. That's right. Gusu Qiudi hurriedly agreed. We have been in seclusion for a long time. Now is the time to return. That's right, Taoist Jai Xing. Xiao Hua was very tactful. He cupped his hands and said, "We will meet again someday." Xiao Hua said and shouted loudly, "Fujiwen, why aren't you following Master back to Black Wind Ridge?" "Yes, Master." Fujiwen did not know why Xiao Hua was suddenly so anxious. He hurriedly rushed out of seclusion and followed Xiao Hua into the sky, far away. How is that possible? Could it be that he is really only 400 years old? Gongshu Exian's proud heart was really hit. Looking at Xiao Hua's rapidly disappearing figure, she was still muttering in her heart, unable to let go for a long time. Chapter 3798. I will take my leave as well. Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong looked at Xiao Hua's back inside in their hearts. How could they not know that Xiao Hua had already revealed a corner of his strength? Did they already have an answer to their doubts about the Misty Mountain Maze formation? However, the four of them had already discussed the future matters. The two of them called out their disciples loudly and cupped their hands towards Zhai Xingzi and the others before flying far away. Xue Ping and the others came out a bit late and bowed deeply towards the direction Xiao Hua left in. They knew very well that fate would sometimes end. This was that kind of moment. Perhaps they would have other opportunities in the future, but the fate between them and Xiao Hua would end here. At this moment, an unusual treasure hunt had come to an end. However, Xiao Hua's heart was still heavy as he flew in the air. That oppressive feeling that was like dark clouds didn't disperse for a long time. However, when he flew silently for half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, suddenly, without any warning, that heavy feeling suddenly disappeared. Even when Xiao Hua formed hand seals to check, there was no trace of it. Forget it. At this moment, how could Xiao Hua not know that he had already been noticed by others? Facing this kind of unfathomable cultivator, Xiao Hua could only sigh slightly. I've been blindly concealing my cultivation, but I was still noticed by others. Now, let's take it one step at a time and see who did it. Xiao Hua flew in the air uneasily. In a distant place, there was a beautiful palace. On a brocade chair, there was an indescribable old man. This old man's expression was somewhat ferocious, as if he was flustered and exasperated. He held a very strange jade eye in his hand and gnashed his teeth as he shouted, "Kong Honggu, to think that I placed such high hopes on you and gave you control of my forces on the hidden Immortal continent. Look at you, a cultivator of the 5th grade essence force was actually killed by a Dao cultivator. How can you still have the face to see me? Even if you come to see me, I will personally kill you. I asked you to collect the 9 cauldrons. How many did you actually get? You've really ruined this old man's plans. Who was it? Who killed Kong Hongwu, who took away the 9 cauldrons? If this old man knows your name, I will definitely pull out your tendons and peel off your skin." Life is always like a sudden encounter. It's hard to avoid some kind of surprise. Xiao Hua killed Kong Hongwu for the sake of his own survival, but the result exceeded his expectations. Not only had he attracted the attention of the Jasper Flower Palace, but he had also attracted the attention of the School of the Emperor Star, and then the Master of the Tai Ching Palace. Now, he had also attracted the attention of the mysterious cultivator. Therefore, there was no such thing as fate in this world. Everything flowed in the river of karma. When Xiao Hua flew far away, he naturally took out his heavenly horse and flying carriage. He might not be able to find the direction himself, but with Fujiwen beside him, it only took him about a month to reach the vicinity of the Black Wind Ridge. However, when his Buddhist sense swept across the Black Wind Ridge, he couldn't help but be shocked again. Then, a cold frost hung on his face, and he seemed to be extremely angry. "Master?" Although Fujiwen's divine sense technique couldn't see that far, he could still feel Xiao Hua's anger. He hurriedly whispered, "Could it be that there's been a change in Black Wind Ridge?" "That's not it," Xiao Hua sneered. "How could the formation I laid down be so easily broken by others? It's just that I really didn't expect the temptation of the 5-dragon Imperial Jade Seal to be so great. The monarch of the Bronze Pillar country really deserves to die. Fu Jiwen didn't understand Xiaohua's words, but he didn't ask too much. Xiaohua only pondered for a moment before instructing, "Disciple, slowly fly over by yourself. Master will go and help Li Xiang out." Along the way, Xiaohua had already explained the general situation of the Black Wind Ridge. Fu Jiwen knew that Li Xiang was the nascent soul cultivator guarding the Black Wind Ridge. At this time, when he heard Xiaohua's instruction, he hurriedly nodded and said, "Master, go ahead. Disciple will be there soon." "Good," Xiaohua said as he put away the flying chariot and Pegasus. He looked into the distance as lightning surged around his body. Rumble. A burst of thunderclaps resounded. Xiaohua's figure was much faster than Fei Hong. He rushed forward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Tsk tisk. Fu Jiwen smacked his lips. He wanted to urge the cloud to fly faster, but after thinking for a moment, he knew that with his flying speed, the excitement would have already passed by the time he reached the Black Wind Ridge. Thus, he simply flew slowly, comprehending the mysteries of his wordless heavenly book while flying. Hiss! The lightning element 3 realms is actually going to have a breakthrough? This is too fast, right? Xiaohua had just urged the lightning escape technique when he immediately felt that there was something wrong with it. He couldn't help but be surprised. He hurriedly probed the realm of his cultivation method, but after probing, Xiaohua frowned again. From the various signs of urging the lightning escape technique, there's nothing wrong with it. Even the true essence in the meridians, there's no problem with the mental cultivation method and realm. It seems that the lightning escape technique is really going to break through to the lightning transcendence realm soon. Ordinary cultivation methods, whether it's lightning escape technique, secret art, or secret art, would be extremely difficult to cultivate in the later stages. Without a great opportunity, one would not be able to succeed. Why is this Zhao's lightning evasion technique so fast? Thinking back to how difficult it was to cultivate in the past, until today, with almost every opportunity, this lightning escape technique can be improved. Isn't this too easy? However, after pondering for a moment, Xiaohua understood. In the past few years in Song Longzi's cave, Xiaohua had not only obtained Song Longzi's orthodoxy, but also the 5 elements escape technique. Now that Xiaohua had successfully cultivated these escape techniques, under the promotion of the 5 elements escape technique, it was inevitable that the lightning escape technique would improve. In particular, Xiaohua had also obtained the holy bloodline in the relic world. Now, although his body had not completely integrated with the holy bloodline, he was much stronger than ordinary monsters. After all, he had the body of a heavenly phoenix. A heavenly phoenix that was good at flying. The lightning escape technique originally had extremely harsh requirements for the tempering of the body. Otherwise, with the cultivation of the Imperial Thunder Sect's head, it would be impossible for him to stop at the level of Imperial Thunder Shock. From this, it could be seen that Xiaohua's lightning escape technique was so fast, it could not be considered as shocking. Xiaohua's primordial spirit was 10, and one person was equivalent to 10 people cultivating. At the beginning, it was difficult to move forward, but now it was time to start showing its power. Xiaohua had been in seclusion for 3 years in the Jade Mountains maze. It seemed that his cultivation had not made any progress, but Xiaohua understood that he had already reached the late nascent soul stage. As long as he cultivated step by step, he would soon be able to advance to the spirit severing stage. Of course, with Xiaohua's current situation, even Xiaohua himself did not know how to advance to the spirit severing stage. Since that's the case, let's make the improvement more violent. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes, looking at the Black Wind Mountain in the distance, and said coldly, "Let these bastards who don't know what's good for them know the power of this Xiao." Lightning flashed from high up in the sky, and the sound of thunder still lingered in the ears. Xiaohua's figure instantly moved 100 li. Xiaohua's figure had just passed by when several Dao cultivators with different cultivation bases rushed out from hiding on the ground. Seeing Xiaohua arrogantly flying away, they looked at him in astonishment, not knowing what to do. Then they returned to hiding in the valley. It was no wonder that Xiaohua was angry. Now, the Black Wind Mountain was really lively. The 100 li of Black Wind Mountain was almost completely surrounded by dozens of Confucian cultivators. These Confucian cultivators were not all dressed in Confucian robes. Instead, most of them were dressed in martial attire, and there were even some who were flying in the air wearing armor. Among them, many Confucian cultivators were stepping on auspicious clouds, and some Confucian cultivators were riding on flying horses. What was very eye-catching was that in the western sky, there was a group of Confucian cultivators who were actually riding various kinds of demon beasts. Outside the Black Wind Mountains formation, at the center, nascent soul Li Xiang stood in the air, holding a long, diamond-shaped magic treasure in his hand. Although Li Xiang's Taoist robe was damaged and even the bun on his head was scattered, his expression was still calm as he looked towards the east. In front of Li Xiang, Black Bear, Golden Eagle, and White Lion led their own demon beasts in 3 different directions, facing off against the Confucian cultivators. The 3 demon kings had many wounds on their bodies, and some of them were still bleeding. It was obvious that they had just been injured and did not have time to treat them. If the 3 demon kings were like this, how could the rest of the smaller demons be any better? The bear demons were the most miserable. Most of them had bloody wounds on their bodies, and a few of them even had their arms broken. The lion demons and birds of prey were much better, but they were also dispirited and had many of their wings broken. Opposite Li Xiang, in the east, stood a tall general with a long spear in his hand. The general's face was purple gold, and his beard extended to his chest, making him look very heroic. Not far below the general, there were also hundreds of soldiers riding fierce flying horses and holding various weapons in their hands. They were facing off against some of the bear demons and lion demons. At this moment, the general smiled and said, "Hee, fellow Immortal Li, although you and I were evenly matched just now, to tell you the truth, this old man did not intend to kill you. If fellow Immortal insists on going about things the wrong way, then don't blame this old man for not showing mercy." Li Xiang said indifferently, "How ridiculous, Zhanghong, why do you care about feelings between life and death? Besides, if you could kill me, why wait until now? You don't know how many times you've said these words in the past 6 months. Even if you don't find it annoying, I do. I advise you, if you don't take this opportunity to kill me, then after a while, there will be other Confucian cultivators coming to drive your wind pavilion away. You should take advantage of this opportunity." Good. In that case, Zhanghong's face was a little red. Of course, he wanted to kill Li Xiang. However, although Li Xiang's strength was not as strong as his, Li Xiang relied on the power of the capital star array. At every critical moment, Li Xiang would hide in the array, which really made it difficult for him to kill him. Of course, what Li Xiang said was not wrong. The wind pavilion under Zhanghong's control had driven away the wave pagoda, which had besieged the Black Wind Mountain, to occupy the east. Similarly, which of the dozens of forces besieging the Black Wind Mountain did not do the same? When more powerful forces came, presumably, Zhanghong's wind pavilion would also be driven away, right? Chapter 3799. Hey! Before Zhanghong could finish, a Confucian cultivator next to Changfeng Pavilion shouted, "Pavilion Master Jiang, your Changfeng Pavilion has already attacked. Is it our turn now?" Zhanghong looked at the sturdy Confucian cultivator next to him, who was wearing a dragon robe and holding a dragon spear. He said loudly, "Xie Han, I just fought with Black Wind Ridge. It hasn't even been a meal's time, and you're already so anxious? A meal's time is also a fight." Xie Han sneered, raised the dragon spear in his hand, and shouted, "Boys, kill for me, kill." There were more than 1,000 people behind Xie Han. These disciples were all riding strange beasts. Although the weapons in each disciple's hand were different, they all roared and activated their weapons. Inscriptions appeared one after another, attracting thousands of noble qi. These noble qi turned into dozens of dragon shapes, crazily pouncing on the lion spirits. As for Xie Han, he didn't even wait for Zhanghong's reply. When he raised the dragon spear, several noble chi pillars crashed into the spear. The dragon spear's body was covered with dense inscriptions. Under the activation of genuine chi, it also flew to Li Xiang's side like a huge dragon. This is the Confucian cultivator who rules the world with etiquette and law. Li Xiang wasn't surprised by Xie Han's sneak attack. He laughed and said, "What's the difference between this and a robbery? Fine. Li Xiang will return the favor." After that, Li Xiang waved his magic weapon, and several rings of light flew out from the side of the rhombus. They rushed into the sky, trying to trap the dragon's head and tail. The remaining ones hit the dragon's abdomen fiercely. "You dare to fight with me?" Jianghu saw Xie Han attack and immediately shouted, "Disciples, kill, kill." The hundreds of disciples of Changfeng Pavilion also roared. All kinds of weapons flew out, creating huge clouds in the air, and pounced on the bear spirit, "Kill." The black bear glanced at the white lion, and the two demons roared at the same time. The bear spirit and the lion spirit activated their demon clouds and spat out demon chi. The weapons in their hands actually glowed as they charged forward. Jianghu, Xie Han, just you wait. Seeing that the two of them had broken the rules and attacked at the same time, the Confucian cultivators around Blackwind Ridge began to clamor. Immediately, the air above Blackwind Ridge became chaotic again. However, this chaos only lasted for a moment. The remaining dozen or so forces shamelessly activated their true chi and rushed toward the fairies in the center of the Blackwind Ridge. Li Xiang's halo had just landed on the coiling dragon's body when the coiling dragon swung its tail. A sharp cold light flashed from the coiling dragon's head, and the halo was shattered by the spearhead. As the coiling dragon swung its tail, the halo was also sent flying. Several halos hit the body of the coiling dragon, and the inscriptions on the body of the coiling dragon changed greatly, revealing the original engraved inscriptions. However, only for a moment, the coiling dragon swam again, and a sharp murderous aura forced into Li Xiang's protective true chi, causing the nascent soul in Li Xiang's body to become restless. Alas! Li Xiang sighed slightly. He knew that although Xie Han's character was not good, he was still a master of a sect, and his strength had already surpassed his own. "Go!" Li Xiang did not hesitate at all. He raised his left hand, and a small flag appeared in his hand. He shouted loudly and the flag shook. In an instant, the wind and clouds in the sky shook, and a stream of heaven and earth essence chi appeared out of thin air. This essence chi was like a giant wall, separating the bear spirit, the lion spirit, and the birds. It also blocked Jianghu, Xie Han, and the other Confucian cultivators outside the wall. Boom! Xie Han's coiling dragon spear was too late, and it hit the chi wave. The coiling dragon spear stagnated in the air for a moment, and then a huge counterforce was generated from the tip of the spear. The whole coiling dragon spear flashed back like lightning and stabbed straight into Xie Han's chest. Its speed was even faster than the previous attack. Although Xie Han was somewhat prepared, he was still caught unprepared. The end of the spear hit Xie Han's Confucian robe, and layers of inscriptions appeared and disappeared in a moment. The coiling dragon spear pierced through Xie Han's Confucian robe, and directly stabbed into the body of a Confucian cultivator behind Xie Han. That Confucian cultivator was only a scholar, and just as he was alerted, the end of the coiling dragon spear had already pierced through his body. The Confucian cultivator screamed miserably as his corpse fell from the sky. Moreover, before the corpse fell to the ground, its flesh and blood had already been torn apart, leaving only the eerie white bones. Xie Han was embarrassed, and Jianghu was not much better. The other 10 or so Confucian cultivators also suffered under the capital star array. Even a 4th-level origin energy master was like this, not to mention their disciples. Thousands of people were counterattacked by the capital star array and suffered different degrees of injuries. "Xie Han," Jianghu said as he used the long spear to heal his injuries. Seeing that the sky above Blackwind Ridge was already empty, he knew that Li Xiang had already returned to the array with the 3 demons. He could not help but be furious. It wasn't easy for us to force Li Xiang to fight, but you didn't act according to our plan? Hee hee, do you think your plan will work? Xie Han also used the spirit medicine and unceremoniously retorted, isn't it just luring the snake out of its hole and killing it? Who doesn't know? We have besieged Blackwind Ridge for who knows how long. Do you think Li Xiang is a fool? He has never left the range of the Blackwind Ridge array. As long as this array exists, we can't attack Blackwind Ridge at all. Jianghu immediately stomped his foot in midair and scolded, since you know this, why don't you take turns to fight? First exhaust Li Xiang's dermic power, and when he slacks off, you immediately take away his array flag? Why do you have to do it before Jianghu? I was injured by him a few months ago. Today I want to regain my face. Can I do that? Xie Han naturally would not tell Jianghu that his coiled dragon spear had been tempered and poisoned. As long as the tip of the spear touched Li Xiang's body, Li Xiang would definitely be killed. He was afraid that Jianghu would have the same idea as him to snatch the credit. In the distance, a short man with a fat figure also shouted gloomily, Master Xie is too unkind. Once you attack, that Li Xiang will be scared again. He will hide in Blackwind Ridge and won't come out for a few months. You and I will have to wait here in vain again. So what if we wait in vain? If you have the ability, then break the array in Peng Country? Wang Pai, you are the imperial preceptor of Peng Country. Don't tell me you don't even have this method? Xie Han's face had a rogue expression of bite me, which really made people feel helpless. If I had this method, why would I have to wait until now? Wang Pai snorted coldly from his nose. He was very displeased with Xie Han's one piece of rat shit spoiling the whole pot of porridge behavior. He said, besides, didn't Peng Country invite a few array masters to break the array last year? If they can't do it, how can I do it? Sigh, everyone stop arguing. A Confucian cultivator wearing a crown flew over and waved his hand. There's no point in talking about this. It's better for us to think about how to break the array. How to break the array? Is there a need to discuss? We can either find an array master or invite a senior with upper 5th grade essence force. It's useless no matter how many 4th grade essence force masters we have. Wang Pai rolled his eyes and looked a little discouraged. It's naturally useful if there are more 4th grade essence force masters. Jianghu said coldly. However, there's only one 5-dragon imperial jade seal. The more people there are, the messier it will be. It's better not to have many. There are seniors with upper 5th grade essence force, but they are not willing to take action for these mundane matters. After all, they have already experienced the mortal world and do not want to repeat the same mistakes. Xie Han replied with a bitter smile. Besides, although the array in Blackwind Ridge is powerful, Li Xiang is only an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. How could he invite a 5th grade essence force master like us to help? Wouldn't that be slapping the seniors in the face? This old man did go to the Gongshu aristocratic family once the year before last. Unfortunately, the Gongshu aristocratic family did not want to get involved in the affairs of the Yu province. Furthermore, their most powerful array master, Gongshu Isin, did not seem to be in the clan. The Confucian cultivator with the crown couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, a few more Confucian cultivators flew over from afar and couldn't help but shout, then, are we still guarding this place? That's the only way. Xie Han said coldly, since we've already wasted so much time, why should we be afraid of wasting a few more days? They are holed up in the Blackwind Ridge's array formation, and there will be a day when they are at the end of their rope. As long as Li Xiang slacks off even a little, we will have a chance to break the array. Have you all seen the Jiang country that has yet to be established? That princess of Jiang country really didn't take the 5-dragon imperial jade seal? Indeed not. They are the founding of the Dao sect, so there is no point in asking for the imperial jade seal. Furthermore, the princess of Jiang country swore a blood oath that she had never seen any 5-dragon imperial jade seal, and she even said that the 5-dragon imperial jade seal had been taken away by the Copper Pillar State. A small country like Jiang? He shouldn't be lying. Furthermore, There aren't any special Dao sect cultivators near the princess of Jianghu country. Xie Han laughed. That bullshit Xiaohua. I heard that he went to Yaotai Mountain to participate in the Yaotai gathering. He has already returned from the Yaotai gathering to establish a country, but there are still no traces of him. Yes, I heard that the Yaotai gathering this time was extremely brutal. The cultivators of the Dao sect had internal strife, and 9 out of 10 had died. Don't talk so much nonsense. Jiang Zhanghong waved his hand. My son and I have come here eagerly, we can't just disperse like this. Let's go, everyone, let's work together and consume the elemental energy of this Black Wind Ridge's formation. That's right. The Confucian cultivators laughed out loud. In ancient times, there was a foolish old man who moved the mountain. Today, we have painstakingly broken the formation. We are not afraid that the formation of this Dao sect will not be broken. Kill, kill, kill. Not long after, shouts of killing rose again. Thousands of Confucian cultivators surrounded the Black Wind Ridge's capital star formation and attacked. On the Black Wind Ridge, a light that soared into the sky appeared once again. Damned Li Xiang, quickly come out and accept your death. I will tear off your head and drink wine. The generals felt bored and actually started to curse in the sky above the Black Wind Ridge. However, while they were attacking excitedly, the Black Wind Ridge was abnormally quiet. Rumble. Just as the Confucian cultivators were bustling with noise and excitement, a thunderclap suddenly sounded from the distant horizon. At the same time, an ice-cold spiritual sense swept over from afar. Chapter 3800. Who is it? The group of Confucian cultivators were stunned. Everyone was swept by the divine sense and felt a sense of fear. They all looked up at the same time. They saw a flash of lightning that was much faster than Yuanying rainbow transformation. A small figure appeared in the distant horizon, but in the blink of an eye, it had already rushed into everyone's field of vision. A cold voice ruthlessly sounded in their ears. I am that dog fart Xiaohua you speak of. Xiaohua. Xie Han turned pale with fright and shouted, Why aren't you dead yet? Because you aren't dead yet? Xiaohua's voice suddenly became extremely loud. It was like a thunderclap, shaking everyone's ears. It was also at this time that Xie Han suddenly felt that there wasn't a trace of air around him. Even breathing was difficult. He didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly urged his qi to resist. However, not to mention that his qi seemed to have stagnated, it was extremely difficult to move. Even that righteous qi didn't appear from the void. The strangest thing was that a sharp gust of wind suddenly appeared in midair, as if an invisible meteorite was falling from the sky. Ah! At this time, how could Xie Han not know that this was Xiaohua's method? As he shouted, he hurriedly waved his coiled dragon spear to resist. Hong! Qi waves suddenly rolled. Not only Xie Han, even the area several li above the wandering dragon sect's people showed abnormal signs. The powerful divine sense hammer was pressing down. It was several times more vicious than falling star. Xie Han let out a blood-curdling scream. The coiling dragon spear in his hand was smashed into pieces. Although the coiling dragon robe was surging with inscriptions and a vivid and lifelike coiling dragon flew out from the coiling dragon robe, Xie Han's strength was only at the intermediate 4th grade of origin energy. He was even inferior to Taoist Master Chu Feng, so how could he withstand Xiaohua's furious attack? The coiled dragon howled and turned into inscriptions that were destroyed. As Xie Han's flesh and blood flew out, the shadow of the primordial spirit just appeared. Pa! A crisp sound rang out and it burst like a bubble. Xie Han, a Confucian cultivator with the status of a master, didn't even see Xiaohua's face. He didn't even have time to use many of his methods before he died. Since Xie Han was like this, how good could Wandering Dragon Sect's disciples be? Hundreds of disciples were turned into minced meat. Flesh and blood flew all over the sky. It was an extremely bloody scene. Xiaohua's attack was too swift and fierce, and his methods were even more unfathomable. All the Confucian cultivators were completely stunned. No matter what realm he was in, They seemed to have completely forgotten their purpose as they stood in the air, watching the falling blood mist. Run! In the silent sky where only the mountain wind could be heard, someone suddenly shouted. The entire deathly silent scene suddenly came to life. Demonic beasts and flying horses neighed, countless noble chi roared, and inscriptions crazily surged. Thousands of Confucian cultivators fled in all directions like headless flies. Anyone can leave. Xiao Hua's majestic voice once again resounded in the air. Only you can't leave. You actually dared to attack this old man's disciple in front of this old man. You must be tired of living. When the Confucian cultivators heard this, they were all scared out of their wits. One by one, they desperately urged their true qi. At the same time, they secretly wondered if they had hurt the Black Wind Ridge's disciples just now. Woo! The wind rose again, and a nascent soul stage hand of several acres in size suddenly flew out from the distance, grabbing at the Changfeng Pavilion's disciples. Damn it! Jiang Zhanghong's heart suddenly jumped. How could he not know that his attack on Li Xiang was seen by Xiao Hua? He secretly cursed and clapped his hands. Two colored true qi gushed out, and a medium-sized sub-body quickly appeared on top of his head. Moreover, Jiang Zhanghong threw his hand, and layers of inscriptions appeared on the long spear. The whole spear began to expand, and when it fell into the sub-body's hand, the long spear was already dozens of feet long. Unfortunately, just as Jiang Zhanghong's sub-body condensed, Xiao Hua's nascent soul stage hand had already fallen. Kaboom, kaboom. An obscure sound was heard. The space where Jiang Zhanghong was located had already been imprisoned by Xiao Hua's big hand. Not only was Jiang Zhanghong's sub-body on the verge of collapse under the pressure of a vast force, the layers of inscriptions inside the sub-body shook violently. Dozens of disciples who were slightly closer to Jiang Zhanghong were also standing in the air, unable to fly even half an inch. Destroy! At this time, Xiao Hua had already flown a few miles away, and he coldly growled. Boom! Jiang Zhanghong's sub-body collapsed with a loud bang. Countless inscriptions scattered and disappeared in the air. The long spear was also bent by Xiao Hua's big hand within the inscriptions. Puff, puff, puff. A burst of oppressive sounds of flesh and blood exploding incessantly rang out. Masses of blood were like flowers blooming in winter, tragically blooming. As the rest of the fleeing Confucian cultivators fled for their lives, some of them still paid attention to the situation behind them. Seeing this, all of their faces turned ashen. Their hearts trembled in fear, and they secretly prayed that Xiao Hua wouldn't start a massacre again. Buzz buzz. Just as everyone was shocked, layers of fine thunderbolts suddenly appeared in an area of more than 10 miles to the left of the Black Wind Ridge. Accompanying the thunderbolts were layers of green silk invisible to the naked eye. This green silk fell on the Confucian cultivators, and they all hugged their heads and growled. Their figures rapidly fell, and then the thunderbolts appeared again. Crack, crack, crack. They hit everyone, and at the same time, there were waves of screams. It wasn't until thousands of cultivators fell to the ground that Xiao Hua's figure slowly appeared in the sky above the Black Wind Ridge like a god. Master, Master, Master is back. The movement outside the Black Wind Ridge was clearly seen in the capital star array. Seeing such a wonderful method, how could the Black Bear Spirit not know that Xiao Hua had returned? He was blessed by the heavens. Holding a small flag in his hand, he tore open the capital star array and rushed out, shouting in joy, ignoring the resentful gazes of the white lion and the golden eagle behind him. Xiao Hua looked at the obedient Black Bear Spirit and smiled. It's been hard on you during this period. It's not hard, it's not hard. To be able to see Master return safely, this little one is happier than anything else. As the Black Bear Spirit spoke, a few drops of tears actually squeezed out of his small eyes. Xiao Hua scolded in annoyance, "If you're happy, then be happy. Don't go overboard." "Master, I'm innocent," the Black Bear Spirit hurriedly cried. People say that when relatives meet, their eyes are filled with tears. If this little one doesn't squeeze out some tears, it will make me seem distant from Master. Forget it. Xiaohua smiled. This old man knows what you're thinking. You don't have to be like this. Yes, master. As the black bear spirit spoke, Li Xiang activated the array flag in the capital star array below him and opened the array. The golden eagle, white lion, and the other demons flew out. Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei also followed behind Li Xiang and the others with smiles. Greetings, master. The golden eagle and white lion weren't as thick-skinned as the black bear spirit. They didn't dare to get too close. They stood behind the black bear spirit and bowed in the air. Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. All of you, get up. This old man has seen your hard work. This old man is confident about what I promised you earlier. When the time is right, I'll let you all start cultivating. Right now, the plan is to send these Confucian cultivators away. Since they've disturbed my Black Wind Ridge for so long, it's time to let them know the power of my Black Wind Ridge. Yes, this little one understands. The golden eagle and white lion were startled at first, then they were overjoyed. They kowtowed and said, "This little one thanks Master for his kindness." Then, the black bear spirit waved his hand and said, "Little ones, let's go and kill this group of Confucian cultivators. I've been stifled for so many years, kill." All the demons that swarmed out shouted loudly, as if the wounds on their bodies no longer hurt. Daoist Xiao. Only now did Li Xiang come over to greet him. Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei stood obediently at the side, their eyes filled with joy. They said softly, "Disciple greets master." Xiaohua looked at Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei, secretly happy in his heart. If it was in the past, the two of them would definitely rush to greet him before Li Xiang, but today, they were ranked behind Li Xiang. It must be because Li Xiang had imparted his strength to them, which caused them to be respectful. This kind of intentional action naturally showed the virtue of the two of them. Xiaohua nodded slightly. He looked at the few disciples around him and frowned at Li Xiang. He asked curiously, "This Xiao remembers that other than Xiong Yi, there are many golden core disciples who joined my fortune gate. Why didn't any of them come? Could it be that something went wrong? Also, even if they didn't come, there are still some late nascent soul cultivators who came. Why didn't they come? Why did they let you suffer here alone?" "Ha!" Li Xiang smiled mysteriously. Daoist Xiao is mistaken. Not only did Xiong Yi bring dozens of golden core cultivators to join my fortune gate, even Shui Mingzi, Ao Zhantian, and Prince Lan are here. Then, Xiaohua's divine sense swept through the capital star formation and his frown relaxed. But then he became even more curious. "Fellow Taoist Li, what medicine are you selling in the gourd?" But when he saw Li Xiang's slightly furrowed brows, he realized something. Oh, this old man understands. Daoist Xiao is only thinking about one thing. There is another thing that Daoist Xiao has never thought of. Li Xiang said. He looked at the sun that was about to set and smiled. "And it seems that it's about time. Daoist Xiao should return to his cultivation cave first. Everything will be clear tomorrow." "All right." Xiaohua nodded. He glanced at the Confucian cultivator who was being chased by so many demons, then flew into the capital star formation. On the Black Wind Ridge, just as Li Xiang said, Xiong Yi, Chang Yu, Wu Tian, and the other Fortune Gate disciples were standing at the front. When they saw Xiaohua return, they hurried to greet him and said, "Disciple greets master." "Rise." Xiaohua flicked his sleeves and looked at Xiong Yi with a smile. "You came up with this idea for Li, right? Master is indeed clever." Xiong Yi smiled. Disciple received Master's request and brought several junior brothers to the Black Wind Ridge. When I saw the situation in Jianghu country, I knew that Master was right, so I made this arrangement. Chapter 3801. And there's no need to talk about it now. Let's talk about it in detail later. Xiaohua had already noticed that Xiao Jian, Yuan Ye, Qin Xiaoyao, and the rest were not present. The people from Jianghu country were also not present. He already understood something and waved his hand. Yes. Xiong Yi didn't dare to say anything and retreated to the Black Wind Ridge. The late nascent soul stage cultivators Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian also flew over to greet Xiaohua. Xiaohua looked at these cultivators with a smile on his face and greeted them one by one. On the Black Wind Ridge, Li Xiang and Xiong Yi were considered family, while Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian were guests. Xiaohua still had enough patience to treat them. After the greeting, Xiaohua smiled and said, "The two of you are very trustworthy. You came to the Black Wind Ridge early. However, it seems that there are still quite a few of you who didn't keep your promise." Then Daoist Xiao is right. Ao Zhantian nodded. The number of cultivators gathered at the Black Wind Ridge today is 30% less than the other day. There are indeed some cultivators who didn't take the blood oath seriously. Shui Mingzi smiled and said, "Of course, they must have their own difficulties. I and the rest will have to discuss this matter with Daoist Xiao later." Alright. Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the Black Wind Ridge. The brocade chair in his cave had been taken out and placed on it. Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei were already standing on both sides of the brocade chair. The area in front of the brocade chair had already been cleared and no one dared to get too close. "Master, please take a seat." Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei saw Xiaohua's gaze and bowed at the same time. "Daoist Xiao, please take a seat." Ao Zhantian and Shui Mingzi naturally also saw the scene of Xiaohua killing Xie Han and Jiang Zhanghong. They knew that their cultivation was far inferior to Xiaohua's, so they also said respectfully. Xiaohua nodded slightly. He didn't use wind escape or any other flying techniques. Instead, he walked step by step to the front of the brocade chair. Following Xiaohua's walk, Li Xiang, Xiong Yi, Chang Yu and the others also hurriedly flew and stood in their positions. When Xiaohua sat on the brocade chair, Xiong Yi and the rest bowed and shouted, "Welcome back, Master." This cheer was truly like a tsunami. The echo lingered around the entire mountain peak and did not calm down for a long time. "Greetings, Daoist Xiao." After Xiong Yi and the others greeted Huang Xiaolong, Ao Zhantian, Shui Mingzi, and the others didn't dare to be negligent. "Disciples and fellow Taoists, please rise." Xiaohua looked at everyone who had their heads lowered, and an indescribable feeling of heroism arose in his heart. He raised his hand and smiled, "While this old man wasn't here, I've made everyone work hard. Today, this old man has returned. In the future, my Black Wind Ridge will no longer have to worry about the harassment of Confucian cultivators. If one of them comes, we'll kill one. If two come, we'll kill two. Even if 1,000 come, we'll kill 1,000 of them." "Master is mighty." Xiong Yi and the others naturally knew that this was Xiaohua's heroic words, and they all respectfully replied. "Fellow Taoist Shui Mingzi and the other Taoists, what I said before also counts now. This Black Wind Mountain Range is your home, your shelter on the hidden Immortal continent. If you have any problems, you can come to Black Wind Mountain Range. I will make the decision for you." "Many thanks, Daoist Xiao." Shui Mingzi and the others naturally had to express their stance, and they all replied in unison. Then, Li Xiang and the others stepped forward and roughly explained the situation of Black Wind Ridge. Xiaohua looked at everyone and smiled. "Everyone has worked hard. Please rest for a while. This old man will arrange a banquet with He Xiong and the others. Today, we'll drink until we're drunk." "Thank you, Daoist Xiao." The group of cultivators expressed their gratitude, but they didn't really care. After all, they had already seen the situation of Black Wind Ridge. How could there be good wine and good food? After everyone dispersed to cultivate, Xiaohua led Shui Mingzi and the others into the cave. After everyone sat down, Shui Mingzi glanced at Ao Zhantian and said, "Daoist Xiao, after this one bid farewell to you, I returned to my cave and made some arrangements before coming to Black Wind Ridge. However, on the way here, this one heard some things about the Star Lord Palace of Yaodai Mountain. I wonder if Daoist Xiao has heard of it?" "And this Xiao has naturally heard of it." Xiaohua nodded. "However, this Xiao doesn't understand what happened to the Star Lord Palace of Yaodai Mountain. As for what exactly happened, even now, we still don't know." Ao Zhantian continued from the side. "However, it seems that the matter is very serious. There are some rumors that Kong Hongwu has been killed." Kong Hongwu? Xiaohua was a little surprised. Kong Hongwu is a martial grandmaster with 5th grade essence energy. Among the cultivators who participated in the Yaotai Mountain gathering, who has such ability? Ao Zhantian and Shui Mingzi knew that Xiaohua was very strong, but they didn't think that Xiaohua could kill Kong Hongwu with 5th grade essence energy. Shui Mingzi's face was slightly embarrassed, and he said in a low voice, Taoist Xiao has just returned. I and the others had some thoughts before, but we shouldn't mention it now. However, the current situation is too strange. It's like the silence before the thunder. No one knows when the Confucian cultivators will make trouble. I discussed with Brother Ao, and we feel that it's better to tell Taoist Xiao as soon as possible. How could Xiaohua not understand? He smiled and said, Fellow Taoists, you mean? Cough, cough, our blood oath is still valid. Shui Mingzi coughed, and he felt that his face was a little hot. He smiled and said, However, we hope that Taoist Xiao won't detain us in the Black Wind Mountain range. This way, not only will it easily cause a misunderstanding among the Confucian cultivators, but it will also invite the Immortal Palace to kill us at such a sensitive time. Moreover, in I's opinion, those fellow Taoists who don't dare to come may not be afraid of the blood oath, but are afraid of provoking a fatal disaster. Is this the result of everyone's discussion? Xiaohua still asked with a smile on his face. Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian's hearts thumped. They looked at each other, and a trace of gloominess flashed in their eyes. However, Ao Zhantian still nodded and said, That's right. We discussed this matter before Taoist Xiao returned. Because of this, you allowed Li Xiang and He Xiong to fight outside the formation. Were you hiding inside the formation? Xiaohua's face suddenly turned cold and he asked. We wouldn't dare, we wouldn't dare. Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian hurriedly explained. At this time, Xiong Yi hurriedly took 2 steps forward, bowed and said, This was disciple's idea. Master, please don't blame the 2 seniors. Xiaohua nodded. Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian hurriedly said, Taoist Xiao, before we arrived at the Black Wind Mountain range, we were stopped by fellow Taoist Xiong Yi's disciples. We didn't even meet the Confucian cultivators who were besieging the Black Wind Mountain range. We only knew that fellow Taoist Xiong Yi did this to hide the Black Wind Mountain range, so we stayed in the Black Wind Mountain range. If there really was a problem, do you think that we wouldn't intervene? It seems that I have misunderstood you 2 fellow Taoists. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, I will think about what fellow Taoists said for a few days. When I have a result, I will discuss it with you. Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian cupped their fists and said, Rest assured, Taoist Xiao. We have experienced life and death with Taoist Xiao. No matter what Taoist Xiao decides, our blood oath is still valid. Xiaohua got up and sent them out, then sat back down. He looked around and said with a smile, The outsiders have left, only my Fortune Gate's disciples are left. Xiong, tell me what is going on. At this time, another Xiaohua saw an unfamiliar disciple coming in from outside. He bowed and said, Reporting to Master, there is a Confucian cultivator named Fu Jiwen outside the formation. He says that he is Master's disciple, and indeed, let him in. Xiaohua nodded and was about to speak to Xiong Yi when he saw the disciple's hesitant expression. Xiaohua asked curiously, What's wrong? That. The disciple smiled bitterly. The Black Bear King killed him because he thought that Fu Jiwen was also a Confucian cultivator and fought with him. Although Fu Jiwen said that he was Master's disciple, the Black Bear King didn't believe him. This Black Bear King, how could he be Fu Jiwen's opponent? Xiaohua chuckled and released his divine sense, shouting a few words in a low voice. Sure enough, not long after, the Black Bear King walked in with a sad expression on his face. Behind him was a smiling Fu Jiwen. Fu Jiwen recognized Xiao Jian and Yuan Ya, but he didn't recognize the people in the Black Wind Ridge. He looked around and bowed, Master, this is Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei. They are both your junior brothers. As for the other senior brothers, let them introduce you. Xiaohua nodded. Yes, Master. Fu Jiwen looked at Lu Yi who was waving at him and smiled as he walked over to stand beside the 2. Master The Black Bear King felt wronged and said, You have accepted one disciple after another, when will you accept this little one as your disciple? What? You want to be this old man's disciple? Xiaohua asked with a smile. When the Black Bear King heard this, he smiled and said, "Look at what Master is saying. This little one is the gatekeeper of Master's cave abode. How would I dare to let Master accept a disciple? It's just that Master's disciples are each more powerful than the other, and this one who hasn't even introduced himself beat this little one up, this little one's heart." Hee hee, Senior Brother Black Bear. Fu Jiwen rolled his eyes and took out a jade bottle from his chest and handed it to the Black Bear King, saying, "This is a third transformation spirit pill that I got from the side. It seems to be useful to Senior Brother. Please accept it as my apology." "Io, Junior Brother, you're too polite." The Black Bear King took the jade bottle and held it tightly, but his mouth gave in and said, "If you do this, won't it make Senior Brother look too stingy?" "Not at all, not at all." Fu Jiwen smiled and said, "Senior Brother Black Bear brought the other junior brothers to guard the Black Wind Ridge for Master. With so much hard work, this little bit of spirit pill is nothing. In the future, this little one will have to rely on Senior Brother Black Bear in the Black Wind Ridge." "Ha, well said, well said." The Black Bear King flipped his hand and kept the jade bottle, then said casually, "The Black Wind Ridge is ours. The one we have to rely on is Master." Chapter 3802. Xiaohua pursed his lips and ignored the Black Bear spirit. He looked at Xiongyi and said, "I've been disturbed by this Black Bear. Xiongyi, tell me the situation." "Yes, Master." Xiongyi hurriedly explained the situation after he arrived at the Black Wind Ridge. Xiaohua gradually understood. It turned out that Xiongyi had brought Wu Tian, Changyu, and dozens of other Golden Core cultivators to the Black Wind Ridge safely, but they were faced with the siege of several Confucian cultivators. Of course, with Xiongyi and Changyu's strength, as well as the help of Li Xiang and the Black Bear spirit, it wasn't too difficult for them to enter the Black Wind Ridge. But after Xiongyi entered the formation and told Xiaohua about the arrangements, Li Xiang was in a difficult position. Li Xiang had promised Xiaohua that he would consider leaving the Black Wind Ridge after the Jade Pavilion meeting. Since Xiaohua didn't return, he couldn't leave. This was somewhat different from his original intention. However, Li Xiang still chose to stay after being persuaded by Xiongyi's glib tongue. Although Li Xiang did not hand over the array flag that controlled the capital star array, he had handed over the planning of the Black Wind Ridge to Xiongyi. Soon after, Xiongyi discovered that Xiao Jian, Yuan Ye, and the original forces of Jiang country had left the Black Wind Ridge with Jiang country's Changling princess. Now, the Black Wind Ridge was filled with Fortune Gate disciples. Then, while Xiongyi arranged the manpower, he discussed with Changyu and Wu Tian, and then explained to Li Xiang what Xiaohua knew. Li Xiang was surprised, but he also listened to Xiongyi's arrangements. He still supported the entire Black Wind Ridge on the surface. Xiongyi and the others' arrival was not only hidden from the surrounding Confucian cultivators, but also from Xiao Jian and the others. Then, Xiongyi arranged for the Fortune Gate disciples to break out of the Black Wind Ridge's encirclement and hide hundreds of li away. Whenever they saw a Dao cultivator heading to the Black Wind Ridge, they would come out to meet them. If they were going to the Black Wind Ridge to serve, they would also secretly enter the Black Wind Ridge with them. However, as time passed, not only was Li Xiang surprised and felt incredulous, even Xiongyi felt pressure. After all, Shui Mingzi, Ao Zhantian, Royal Highness Lan, and dozens of nascent soul intermediate stage cultivators were all here. Any one of them would be famous anywhere in the hidden Immortal continent and would attract the attention of the Immortal Palace. Now that all of them were gathered at Black Wind Ridge, that was simply courting death. Fortunately, the arrival of Shui Mingzi and the others was not completely noticed by the Confucian cultivators surrounding the mountain. Even if some of them felt that something was wrong, the strength of the people surrounding the mountain would change after a short period of time. There was no need to fear that someone would see the true strength of Black Wind Ridge. Li Xiang, Black Bear, Golden Eagle, and White Lion would go out to fight every once in a while. Usually, they would be defeated and return as a cover. Of course, this time, the Black Bear spirit and the others were prepared. Unlike the previous time, they had no fear or thoughts of escaping. Moreover, Xiong Yi also made it clear that Xiaohua had some matters to attend to and had gone somewhere else. He would be back soon, although this soon would be several years in a flash. When Xiaohua heard the end, he finally understood Xiong Yi's plans. He couldn't help but admire this astute disciple. He nodded with a smile and said, "Xiong Yi, you have arranged well. Master is very satisfied. You have worked hard. Master is too kind. This is what this disciple should do," Xiong Yi answered humbly. "Then the imperial tutor's lot?" Xiaohua thought and asked with a smile. "Today, I presume the Chongling princess has already revived her country?" "Good, Master knows," Xiong Yi hurriedly answered. "The imperial tutor's lot is still in junior sect brother Chong Yu's hands. This disciple has not given it to the Chongling princess." "Oh? But..." Xiaohua was surprised. "Isn't the imperial tutor's lot used for the Chongling princess to establish a country? Could it be that the Jiang country still hasn't recovered?" Xiong Yi turned to look at the silent Li Xiang and said, "Good, Master knows that the imperial tutor's lot needs the imperial tutor's essence blood to be used. If Master does not return, this disciple does not dare to act on his own." "Essence blood?" Hearing this, Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. He immediately thought of the life bond spirit tablets of the cultivation sects on the Dawn Rain continent. He thought to himself, "Damn, it seems this is a method the Immortal Palace uses to control the cultivators of the Taoist sections. How can this old man be fooled? It is this old man's mistake, I forgot about this." Xiaohua nodded. "All right, the Chongling princess must be anxious from waiting. In a few days I will send the imperial tutor's lot over, and let you be the imperial tutor of Jiang country." This disciple does not want to be the imperial tutor of Jiang country. Xiong Yi shook his head firmly. "But what is it? Is this old man the one who obtained the imperial tutor's lot, so only this old man can be the imperial tutor?" Xiaohua asked curiously. Xiong Yi said with a smile, "That is not the case. However, after tomorrow, Master can make a decision." But Xiaohua was curious. "He, this disciple will keep you in suspense first. Master will know everything tomorrow," Xiong Yi replied mysteriously again. Xiaohua did not ask more about this matter, and asked again, "Okay, let's not talk about this for now. What do you think about Shui Mingzi, Ao Zhantian, and the others? Fellow Taoist Li, say something." Li Xiang seemed to be awakened by Xiaohua and said with a smile, "This matter, actually, when Senior Shui Mingzi came, this one had already thought about it. The two old seniors are right. The so-called tall trees attract the wind. The situation of the hidden immortal continent is especially sensitive now. If you do not want to provoke the Immortal Palace, Jinren should not be too high-profile about this matter. It is better to let them go first. Since there is a blood oath as a restriction, they are still Jinren's help. They are scattered around the hidden immortal continent, and are also Jinren's forces. There are only benefits and no disadvantages." Xiong Yi also had the same opinion, and said with a smile, "Master, there was a change in the Yaotai conference. I think the Immortal Palace's arrangement must have been disturbed. Then, the Immortal Palace will definitely send people to investigate the world. Not to mention the Black Wind Ridge, even our Dao sect does not have the strength to challenge the Immortal Palace. We can only avoid the sharp edge. Perhaps Master does not want to let them all go. It is fine to keep some. And this old man understands," Xiaohua said with a smile. "Then we will do as you have discussed." Then, Xiaohua looked at the Black Bear spirit and asked, "How is the mining of the Vitality Stone vein in the Black Wind Ridge?" "I will let Master know." When the Black Bear spirit heard the question about his work, he immediately puffed out his chest and said, "In these years when Master was not here, the little three demons urged the boy to mine day and night. However, there are too many vitality stones in this vein. Until now, we have not dug out all of them." "You stupid bear!" Xiaohua scolded with a smile. "This old man is asking you how many vitality stones you have mined. You want to mine all of them, but do you have the ability to do so?" As for how much we have mined, this little one does not know. I still have to ask Marshal Uncle Li, The black bear spirit scratched his head and laughed. Xiaohua waved his hand and stopped Li Xiang from speaking. He took out a Qinkuan bag and handed it to the black bear spirit, saying, "This is some spiritual fruit and spiritual wine. Take it and set up a banquet. Remember, this is for the guests who came from afar. Don't be anxious." "Yes, this little one understands." The black bear spirit took the Qinkuan bag, bowed and left. "All right, there is no need to think too much." Xiaohua stood up and said, "Fellow Taoist Li, Xiong Yi, you two go out and entertain the guests. This old man will go out in a while. Lu Yi, you three come in with me." Xiong Yi looked at the somewhat absent-minded Li Xiang and smiled. He pulled his Taoist robe and walked out of the cave. Li Xiang walked 2 steps and seemed to think of something. He looked to his left and sent a voice transmission to Xiong Yi. Xiong Yi also sent a voice transmission in a low voice. The two of them walked further and further away. Not long after the two of them left, Xiaohua brought Fu Jiwen, Lu Yi, and Wang Bianfei out of the inner cave. He naturally came to check on the cultivation progress of his 2 disciples. In the end, Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei did not disappoint him. In just a few years' time, they had already cultivated to the upper 1st grade of essence force. This really made Xiaohua speechless. He knew that this was undoubtedly due to the miraculous effect of his spiritual pills, and also because Li Xiang had personally taught them. The most important thing was the talent of his 2 disciples. The banquet at the Black Wind Ridge naturally would not disappoint the cultivators of the Tao sect. Spirit fruits and delicacies, toasting, and the rarely seen wine made Shui Mingzi and the others extremely surprised. The stars in the sky were dazzling, and the bonfire on the ground was bright. After a night of silence, Xiong Yi brought Li Xiang and stood respectfully outside Xiaohua's cave. When Xiaohua came out of the cave, the two of them hurriedly greeted him. Xiong Yi smiled and said, "Master, please follow your disciple to watch a good show today." Xiaohua looked at Xiong Yi from top to bottom, wanting to ask something, but thinking about Xiong Yi's mysteriousness yesterday, he simply did not say anything. However, Xiong Yi did not need to say anything. Xiaohua already vaguely knew that this good show might be related to Xiao Jian. Sure enough, the 3 of them flew up into the sky, heading towards the Jianghu country that Xiaohua had never been to before. Along the way, Xiong Yi would occasionally ask some questions about cultivation, but Li Xiang still had a pondering look on his face. It seemed like Xiong Yi's sound transmission yesterday did not help him solve his doubts. Xiaohua had just returned. Although he had some understanding of Li Xiang's thoughts, there were still a lot of things to do, so he did not directly ask, and only gave pointers to Xiong Yi's cultivation. The 3 of them were all nascent soul stage cultivators. Although they did not transform into rainbows, flying to the capital of Jianghu country only took the time of a meal. Seeing a large city appear in the distance, Xiaohua naturally released his spiritual will, and it was at this moment that Xiong Yi suddenly laughed. "Master, don't disturb them, or else we won't be able to see today's show." Xiaohua frowned. He retracted his spiritual will and asked curiously, "Them? Who are they?" "Master, just follow me." Xiong Yi was still unwilling to speak, and heard Xiaohua shake his head in annoyance. Immediately after, Xiong Yi brought Xiaohua and Li Xiang, and did not directly fly into the capital of the Jianghu country. Instead, they flew high into the sky, and when they were about 10 miles away from the capital of the Jianghu country, they waved their hands and took out a magic treasure from their cosmos bag. Under the activation of their mana, the magic treasure turned into a pavilion. Chapter 3803. Master, marshal Uncle Li, please. Xiong Yi invited the 2 of them to ascend the pavilion, and then cast a spell. The pavilion was suffused with runes and clouds, and in a moment, it disappeared into the air. Xiaohua sat in the pavilion and watched the clouds dance beneath his feet. He knew that Xiong Yi had hidden his tracks and was heading towards the capital of Jianghu country. He couldn't help but feel a little heavy in his heart. He really didn't know what Xiao Jian had done this time. The pavilion flew to the sky above the capital of Jianghu country and stopped there. Xiong Yi said with a smile, "Master, do you still have spirit fruits and spirit wine?" Disciple did not have enough yesterday. Seeing that disciple has worked so hard today, can you reward me with some? If you want it, there's plenty. Xiaohua waved his hand, and the jade table in the pavilion was filled with strange spirit fruits, all of which were not present at last night's banquet. When Xiaohua took out a few more pots of spirit wine, the clear fragrance of the wine assailed his nostrils, and it was even more fragrant than the spirit wine from last night. Li Xiang, who was originally silent, also unconsciously came back to his senses. Master really has a lot of collection. At this time, Xiong Yi was considered a junior, so he did not hold back. As he spoke, he reached out and took a spirit fruit, and unceremoniously took a bite. When the spirit fruit entered his stomach, Xiong Yi's eyes flashed with surprise, and the way he looked at Xiaohua also changed. He almost lowered his voice and said, "Master, this spirit fruit of yours. How old is it?" "Yours. Who cares how old it is?" Xiaohua smiled but did not say anything. He also picked up an oval-shaped spirit fruit and tasted it. This was something he had obtained at the bottom of the Saint River and was planted by Xiaogua. What a waste of resources! Xiongyi reached out and took a plate of spirit fruits and put them into his Jianghu bag. He actually shook his head and said, "This kind of thing? Tiske, you're eating it like this?" Sigh, disciple won't say any more. Li Xiang poured himself a cup of wine, squinted his eyes and drank it. He smacked his lips and poured another cup, but the mana around his body was slightly surging. It was obvious that he was refining the wine that had entered his stomach. Upon seeing this, Xiaohua took out a jade bottle from his bosom and handed it to Li Xiang. "Fellow Taoist Li, you've worked hard these past few years. These are some medicinal pills, which are quite useful for you to break through to the middle yuaning stage. This..." Li Xiang looked at the jade bottle and couldn't help but look at Xiongyi. Unfortunately, Xiongyi only cared about eating the spirit fruit and didn't pay any attention to him. After thinking for a moment, Li Xiang smiled and said, "Taoist Master Xiao, I still have some things on my mind. Today's spirit pill? I asked Taoist Master to take it back first. It won't be too late to ask Taoist Master for it after I have made a decision." "Alright." Xiaohua nodded. Just as he was about to take back the jade bottle, he said, "Fellow Taoist Li, please feel free to ask." At this moment, Xiongyi stretched out his hand and said with a smile, "Master, Martial Uncle Li has worked hard. This disciple has also worked hard. Don't favor one and discriminate against the other." "You're right, here you go." Xiaohua was very fond of Xiongyi's generosity and handed the jade bottle to Xiongyi without any hesitation. Xiongyi took it and scanned it with his divine perception. He exclaimed, "Master, is this a heart fusion pill?" In this disciple's impression, it seems to have been lost in the hidden immortal continent. And indeed, Xiaohua nodded. Master recently had some fortuitous encounters and obtained the lost pill recipe. Therefore, I casually refined some and you can try it. Not only the pill recipe, Master, the spirit grass. Forget it, disciple won't ask. With Master here, disciple doesn't have to worry about these things in the future. Xiongyi wanted to say something but hesitated, as if he was guarding against Li Xiang, an outsider. Seeing this, Li Xiang's brows furrowed even more, and the spirit wine in his hand was also cup after cup. Of course, Xiongyi knew what Li Xiang was thinking, but he didn't ask. He accompanied Xiaohua to talk about some recent situations and the scenery of the hidden immortal continent. After another hour, seeing that the sun was high in the sky, Xiongyi waved his hand, and a thin layer of silver-white brilliance appeared in the pavilion. A large villa appeared in the brilliance. As Xiongyi made a gesture, the brilliance moved above the villa like a mirror, and the scenery inside the villa could be seen clearly. This villa was a majestic place. Not only was it surrounded by water on all sides, it was also surrounded by mountains and beautiful trees. Moreover, in the corner of the villa, the various pavilions were equally beautiful. The pavilions were also hidden between the lakes and mountains. It was obvious that they were not ordinary people. Seeing this scene, Xiaohua frowned. If this villa was in the wilderness, then it would be fine, but this was the capital of Jianghu country, and there were actually mountains and ridges in this villa. What kind of extravagance was this? Li Xiang raised his head, looked at the villa, and said indifferently, "This is Qin Haoyue's residence in the Jianghu country. It is called the National Master's Garden. Whenever he is not in the palace, he will cultivate here." Xiao Hua smiled slightly. "Fellow Taoist Li, are you not cultivating here?" "Hehe, how can I compare to the #1 imperial advisor of the Jianghu country? I have only been here once, and it was when I had just submitted to the Jianghu country." Qin Haoyue. He is a little narrow-minded, and doesn't like others looking at his things. Li Xiang took a sip of spirit wine and said self-deprecatingly. While the two of them were talking, Xiong Yi's mirror light landed on the left side of the mountain ridge, as if the three of them were standing on top of the mountain ridge. At the same time as Xiong Yi's technique entered, there were actually some whistling sounds coming from the mirror. Xiao Hua was surprised and asked curiously, "Xiong Yi, your mirror technique can actually send sound over?" "Hehe, master was wrong." Xiong Yi laughed. "Of course the mirror technique can't send sound over, but disciple has already received the news and placed some magical equipment here." "So that's how it is." Xiao Hua laughed. "So this old man was thinking too much. But on this mountain ridge, what kind of show is there to watch?" Li Xiang was a little confused. When Li Xiang said this, Xiao Hua was stunned again. He looked at Li Xiang and said, "Fellow Taoist Li, don't tell me that even you don't know about this excitement?" "Of course I don't know." Li Xiang smiled bitterly. "After fellow Taoist Xiong came, he was the one in charge, and I never asked. Moreover, to tell you the truth, I am not particularly proficient in these mundane affairs." "Shoo! Master, he's here." Xiong Yi, who had been staring at the mirror, hurriedly pointed and shouted, "Let's not talk. Disciple's technique is not necessarily reliable." Xiao Hua nodded and looked up, only to see a skinny old man wearing a new Taoist robe flying over from the east side of the mountain range. On this old man's skinny face, two turbid eyes flashed with a trace of cunning. On his shriveled lips, two slightly white mustaches drooped down from the corner of his mouth like a mouse's tail. At this moment, the old man was pinching his mustache as he flew, and his face was filled with pride. Wasn't this old man Xiao Jian? Seeing Xiao Jian appear, Xiao Hua was not surprised, but he felt a wave of disgust in his heart. Wasn't Xiao Jian's current appearance the same as the legendary scene of a villain intoxicated by success? This fellow's advancement is not bad either. He has actually recovered to the early stage of the foundation establishment. Looking at Xiao Jian's flying speed, Xiao Hua secretly cursed, "What a pity. This old man's spirit pills are truly a waste." This is Yuanya? When Xiao Hua's gaze landed on the west side of the mirror and saw the person's face clearly, he unconsciously felt a storm in his heart and almost cried out in alarm. He thought of Xiao Jian, and at the same time, he thought of many people and even thought of Qin Xiaoyao. However, he had never been to the abyss. Xiao Hua's gaze swept across Xiong Yi, and Xiong Yi nodded at him, indicating that this was the show he wanted to watch. Xiao Hua sighed slightly. He unconsciously straightened his body, pricked up his ears, and focused all his attention on the mirror. He really wanted to know what had happened in Jianghu country in the years that he had not been here, and what had happened between Xiao Jian and Yuanya. Xiao Jian and Yuanya naturally didn't know that Xiao Hua and the other two nascent soul realm cultivators were hiding in midair. Although Yuanya was standing on a green leopard, his attire was different from before. The black armor on his body seemed to fit him very well. There were faint traces of light on the armor, and within those traces, there were layers of blood. Clearly, Yuanya had killed countless generals of the Copper Pillar State. However, the demonic hammer in Yuanya's hand did not change, the vigilance in his handsome eyes did not change, and the faint worry between his brows did not change either. It was as if that worry had been born since he saw Diawu, and it had become even more obvious today. Without waiting for the green leopard to fly closer, Xiao Jian coldly called out, "Do you want to go against your master?" Yuanya urged the green leopard to land in front of Xiao Jian. He bowed and said, "Master, this disciple is not going against Master. Master is forcing this disciple." "How did this old man force you?" Xiao Jian's tone was extremely cold. You were picked up by this old man from the arena, your life was originally this old man's, and this old man doesn't want your life now. As long as you leave Jianghu, what kind of coercion is this? If you make this old man angry, I will take your life. Master? Yuanya was not angry, but his eyes narrowed. He said, you are forcing me to leave Jiang country, forcing me to leave Diaowu. Are you not taking my life? Xiao Jian spoke. This old man has heard your story at least 80 times, if not 100. The Diaowu you speak of is not the princess of Chongling. And didn't the princess of Chongling say it clearly? She has never been to the Xianyao dark forest. Do not forget, she is the princess of Jiang country. How could she have ended up in the Xianyao dark forest? You should wake up. All right, Yuanya bit his lips and nodded. Since the princess of Chongling does not admit that she is Diaowu, this disciple will not think more. Actually, when Elder Xiao was still at Black Wind Ridge, this disciple had already said in front of him that I only treat Diaowu as the princess of Chongling, that I can only protect her safety, let her recover her country, and get what she deserves. This disciple will not think otherwise. Master, it is rare. Is this not enough? Why must you force this disciple to leave Jiang country? Chapter 3804. A cold smile appeared on Xiao Jian's face as he scolded, Yuanya, don't think this old man does not know what you are thinking. You are only interested in the identity of the Chongling princess and forced the identity of Diaowu onto the Chongling princess. You just want to use the Chongling princess to achieve your goals. Yuanya stilled slightly. He looked at Xiao Jian and said with a grimace, Master, do you not know this disciple's personality? This disciple was born in the Black Jade Dark Forest and has been with wolves since young. This disciple does not covet the worldly fame and wealth. This disciple only wants to protect the Chongling princess. A bastard child that even his parents disdain, a bastard child that grew up drinking the milk of wild beasts. You want to covet the Chongling princess? Xiao Jian snarled. This old man is really blind. How did I save you from the fighting arena that day? I should have let you die there. Hearing Xiao Jian's vicious words, Yuanya's eyes flashed with anger, but it disappeared in a moment. He lowered his head and said, no matter what Master says, this disciple was invited by Master to come today to ask Master to take back his orders and not chase this disciple out of Jiang country. When did this old man invite you? Xiao Jian sneered. I did not expect that after so many years in the mortal world, you know how to scheme? Don't tell me that you did not invite this old man today because you knew of that matter. You want to settle things with this old man. Now, in front of this old man, you are so wronged as though this old man wants you to leave, to frame you. Master? Yuanya was slightly stunned, but Xiao Jian didn't allow him to say anything. He waved his hand and took out a red invitation card. He waved it in the air and said, this old man originally wanted to leave you some face and didn't want to tear apart our relationship as master and disciple. Since you do not want to leave and do not state the matter clearly and want to ruin this old man's plans, then this old man will not be polite. This is the invitation card for this old man's wedding with the Chongling princess. If you want to come, 10 days later. What? Similarly, before Xiao Jian could finish speaking, Yuanya's entire body trembled as he cried out in disbelief. You want to marry Diaowu? Yuanya, you understand? This old man is marrying the Chongling princess, not Diaowu. If this old man marries the Chongling princess, this old man will be the ruler of Jiang country. And the princess of Chongling is the queen of Jiang country. Xiao Jian sneered and waved his hand. The invitation flew towards Yuanya. However, just as the invitation flew out, Xiao Jian mocked, oh, this old man forgot. How could a bastard who grew up in the wilderness be literate? This invitation, you won't be able to understand it. Roar. Suddenly, Yuanya raised his head and let out a long roar. A ferocious aura surged from his body. His eyes were even more ferocious than those of a beast as he swept his gaze over Xiao Jian. The devil hammer in his left hand swung and hit the invitation card that was flying towards him. The thin invitation card was actually shattered by the demonic hammer, turning into broken butterflies, just like Yuan Ye's broken heart. "I'm going to kill you." Yuan Ye looked at Xiao Jian and said word by word. His face was even more ferocious than a wild wolf's. Xiao Jian was startled when Yuan Ye's gaze swept over him. However, when he saw the demonic hammer in Yuan Ye's hand, he smiled and said, "What? Had he finally spoken his mind? Didn't you come with the demonic hammer today to end things with this old man? Actually, this old man really didn't want to tell you the news of my marriage with the princess of Changling. However, you didn't leave. Then this old man can only end things with you." As he spoke, Xiao Jian slapped his hand. At the same time, with a roar, the devil hammer in his hand struck towards the sky. Boom! With a loud sound, the devil hammer carried the aura of a vicious beast and collided with Yuan Ye's pressure. It was as if two magic tools had collided, setting off a huge wave of air. Xiao Jian screamed. Blood seeped out of his 7 orifices. Moreover, his new Taoist robe was also torn apart. Amidst the loud sound, there was another muffled sound. The demonic qi that the green leopard spat out was actually unable to completely block Xiao Jian's magic tool. The magic tool's sharp teeth slashed across the green leopard's front paws. The green leopard roared a few times and quickly fell down. This Xiao Jian is really too insidious. Xiong Yi, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but curse. This bastard not only used his pressure, he also wanted to injure Yuan Ye's mount. Without a mount, how can Yuan Ye fight with Xiao Jian? Unfortunately, Xiong Yi still underestimated Xiao Jian's viciousness. Seeing the magic tool injure the green leopard, Yuan Ye was also injured in the fight against the pressure. He had no choice but to fall down with the green leopard. Xiao Jian laughed sinisterly again. "Yuan Ye, aren't you always thinking about Xiao Hua? Today, I'll let you die under Xiao Hua's talisman." As he spoke, Xiao Jian waved his hand and 2 fire talismans flew out from his hand. They flew like lightning towards Yuan Ye. When they were a few zhang away from Yuan Ye, boom! They turned into 2 fireballs and attacked Yuan Ye from the front and back. This small Qinghuan bag contained the elixir refined by Xiao Hua. Xiao Jian understood that as long as he took the elixir, his life would not be in danger. However, just as he touched the small Qinghuan bag, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Following that, a layer of death aura flashed across his face. Xiao Jian did not even make a sound as his entire body fell from the sky after Yuan Ye. Roar! On the mountain ridge, the green leopard, whose flesh had been torn apart by the fire talisman, let out a low roar. It flew into the air and barely managed to catch Yuan Ye before slowly descending. When Yuan Ye came down from the green leopard's body, pooh! Xiao Jian's corpse and the demonic hammer also fell, falling right in front of Yuan Ye. Yuan Ye's body was covered in blood. The blood red in his eyes had already faded. He stared at Xiao Jian for a moment, then bent down and picked up the demonic hammer with difficulty. Finally, he looked at Xiao Jian, who seemed to have died with his eyes wide open. With each step, he left behind a trail of blood as he slowly walked down the mountain ridge. "Kill him, quick, kill him!" Just as Xiao Jian walked down the mountain ridge, a group of people suddenly rushed over from below the mountain ridge. The first was a middle-aged man. Holding a flying sword in his hand, he shouted, "Yuan Ye actually dared to kill Prince Xiao. He is going to rebel against Jiang country. We must tear him into 10,000 pieces." "Lu Bingzhen, do you want to kill me?" Yuan Ye's vision was a little blurry as he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and asked indifferently. "That's right, Prince Xiao is the king of my Jiang country, and also my savior. If you kill Prince Xiao, you will be going against my Jiang country, and you will be a traitor. Naturally, I will take revenge for Prince Xiao." Lu Bingzhen shouted, "However, since you are seriously injured, I will not make things difficult for you. Let my subordinates take your life." "Huh, who dares to kill me?" Yuanya stood there, and after laughing he suddenly roared. His voice was like a bolt from the blue, shocking everyone, and no one dared to make a move. Who dares to kill me? Yuanya waved his magic hammer again and shouted loudly. This unparalleled aura was truly terrifying, and no one dared to speak. Who dares to kill me? Although Yuanya shouted once again, his voice shaking the mountain ridge, his body was already swaying. The wounds on his body were bleeding profusely, and behind him, a trail of blood followed his feet all the way to the top of the mountain ridge. Although no one dared to reply, Yuanya's body also fell to the ground after the magic hammer powerlessly fell. This. Lu Bingjin looked at Yuanya, who had fallen to the ground, and hesitated. At this time, behind Lu Bingjin and the others, dozens of Dao soldiers flew over in a hurry, but the person in front of them was Qin Xiaoyao. How dare you, Lu Bingjin? Seeing Yuanya's miserable state, Qin Xiaoyao was enraged and shouted, You dare to injure my Jiang country's great general? Senior brother Qin. Seeing Qin Xiaoyao flying over, Lu Bingjin anxiously retreated a few meters and shouted, General Yuanya was not injured by me, he was injured by fighting with the town king. What? Town king? Qin Xiaoyao was even more shocked. He raised his head to look at the source of the blood, and when he saw Xiao Jian's corpse, Qin Xiaoyao's face turned pale white. He did not even think of releasing his spiritual will, and flew towards the mountain ridge. When Qin Xiaoyao landed on the ground and inspected the corpse, he was completely dumbfounded. Xiao Jian was indeed deader than dead. A moment later, he turned his head to look at the place where Yuanya had fainted. He didn't know what to do. In the blink of an eye, the town king was killed and the great general fainted. The princess's imperial decree has arrived. Just as Qin Xiaoyao was at a loss, a sharp voice came from afar. The sound of horse hooves could be heard, and a female official dressed in palace attire came over with an imperial decree in her hand. Qin Xiaoyao and the others did not dare to be negligent. They all bowed, only to see the female official jumping down from her horse, opening up the imperial decree. Xiao Jian, Yuanya barged into the imperial tutor's garden to duel, and injured the national body of my Jiang country. Lu Bingjin bowed and stepped forward, preparing to receive the imperial decree. Diawu. Yuanya quickly woke up, and stood up from the ground with difficulty. His eyes were wide open, and looking at the imperial decree, he said softly, Are you going to kill me? This is a fake imperial decree. Qin Xiaoyao roared. The Changling princess will definitely not give such an imperial decree. Disciples, take this person down, and follow me to see the princess. How dare you? The female official shouted, and handed the imperial decree to Qin Xiaoyao with both hands, and shouted, General Qin, take a look yourself, is this handwriting and the national seal fake? Qin Xiaoyao took it and looked at it carefully. With a shake of his hand, the imperial decree landed in the dust, and he sneered, Even if the handwriting and the national seal are not fake, then I, Qin, do not believe that this is the imperial decree of the princess. Are you rebelling? The female official screamed, Where are the imperial guards? They are. Suddenly, there was a loud voice behind everyone, and they saw rows of Dao soldiers holding Zhu immortal crossbows and god-killing bows, surrounding Qin Xiaoyao and the others in the center. Damn it! Qin Xiaoyao's expression changed greatly. Looking at Granny Ji behind the Dao soldiers, he seemed to understand something. All of you, surrender yourselves. Granny Ji said coldly, This is the princess's decree. You have disobeyed the imperial decree and committed a great mistake. If you obey the imperial decree, this old one can still protect General Qin from death. Granny Ji, who gave you the courage to do that? Are you not afraid that Li Shishu will know about this and come from Black Wind Ridge? Are you not afraid that Xiao Zhenren will come back from Yaodai Mountain? You are the one who is bold. Granny Ji sneered. Black Wind Ridge has been besieged by Confucian cultivators for many years. Does Li Shishu have the time to come to Jiang country? Xiaohua's cultivation is strong, but he went to Yaodai Mountain and did not come back. Did you not hear the blood on Yaodai Mountain? He has not come back yet. Do you think he can still come back? Disciples. Qin Xiaoyao waved his hand. I have previously betrayed Jiang country, and have been trying my best to make up for my mistakes. Now it is just like the old saying, the bough is hidden after the birds are gone, and the hound is cooked after the cunning rabbit. Xiao Jian and Yuanya have great achievements, and they have already fallen into their trap. What are we waiting for? Kill. The Fortune Gate disciples behind Qin Xiaoyao shouted loudly, ready to rush out. Get ready. Granny Ji's face was cold, and she raised her hand, about to give the order. Who said this old man can't come to Jiang country? Suddenly, a faint voice sounded in the air, and Li Shishu's figure came from the distance. Spiritual Master Li? Granny Ji was shocked, but her panic only lasted for a moment. Chapter 3806. What? This old man is not the imperial tutor of Jiang country now, but you have such a big move without discussing it with this old man? Li Xiang looked in the direction of Granny Ji, but his gaze went past Granny Ji and the Dao soldiers to a pavilion in the distance. Don't you think so, Princess of Chongling? Diawu. Yuanya, who was on the verge of collapse, looked ashen at the pavilion. Qin Xiaoyao saw Li Xiang come over, first stilled, then was overjoyed. He hurried to Yuanya's side, supported him, and took out a pill for him to take. But Yuanya waved his hand, and the pill fell to the ground. His eyes were fixed on the pavilion, as though he had died with a grievance. As expected, the Chongling princess slowly flew out of the pavilion, her face solemn and dignified. Greetings, Your Highness. Lu Bingzhen and the others hurriedly bowed, while Qin Xiaoyao looked coldly motionless. Zhenren Li. The Chongling princess did not fly close and said from a distance, "This is the internal affairs of Jiang country. Zhenren is not the imperial tutor of Jiang country, please do not interfere." Of course this old man is not the imperial tutor of Jiang country. Li Xiang nodded. But this old man was entrusted by Zhenren Shao to guard Black Wind Ridge and help you build Jiang country. This old man has the right to ask you, "Haha, Zhenren Shao wants to help my Jiang country restore? This is a joke." The Chongling princess laughed to the sky. Previously, Aijia did not understand people's hearts, and only felt that everyone was good, especially Zhenren Shao who saved Aijia in danger. Aijia entrusted everything to Zhenren Shao, and the great wish of restoring the country to Zhenren Shao. But look, Zhenren Li, do you know what kind of person Zhenren Shao sent Aijia is? This Xiao Jian forced Aijia to marry him, isn't it because he covets the throne of Jiang country? And for the throne, he fought with his own disciple. Look at this General Yuanya, when he saw Aijia, he called Aijia his Diawu. If Aijia was not the princess of Chongling, would he do this? Would he make such a moving story? Diawu, do you really think so? Yuanya's body swayed as he spoke with difficulty. There were tears of blood in his eyes. But the Chongling princess ignored him and said to Li Xiang, "Since Aijia has said so much, I am not afraid to say more. Zhenren Li is an open and above-board person. He has kept Zhenren Zhao's trust. But have you ever thought about whether Zhenren Shao really wants to restore my country? Oh, why can't he?" Li Xiang frowned, puzzled. If he doesn't want to, why would he do so much for you? Taoist Master Shao is only pretending to establish a country for my Jiang country. In reality, he wants to establish his own Shao country. The Chongling princess said coldly. How is that possible? Li Xiang was really surprised. Zhenren Li, listen to me. The Chongling princess said with a smile. That day on Black Wind Ridge, when Xiao Hua killed the Copper Pillar State Preceptor, he said, "Shao is the beginning." Zhenren Li, tell me, what is Shao Shi? Wasn't it just to establish the Shao Empire? This is one. Zhenren Shao established the Fortune Gate at Black Wind Ridge. Isn't he going against my Jiang country's royal family? The previous imperial preceptor never established his own sect, right? This is the second. Zhenren Shao not only established the Fortune Gate, but also forbade the disciples of the Fortune Gate from entering politics. Isn't he just trying to separate his disciples from the Jiang country's imperial preceptor, and take over my Jiang country's royal family? This is the third. Zhenren Shao said that he did not take my Jiang country's offerings. Then, what benefits does he get from helping Ijia restore my country? If Zhenren Li thinks carefully, doesn't Zhenren Shao want to use Ijia as an excuse to first use Jiang country and then establish Shao country? This is the fourth. There is also the fifth. Since Zhenren Shao took the Copper Pillar State's 5 Dragon Jade Seal, he should give it to Ijia to manage and use. Why didn't he take it out? Isn't it because he wants to establish his own country? There is a sixth. Li Xiang asked with interest. Of course. The Changling princess gritted her teeth and said, "It has been several years since the Jade Pavilion meeting. If Zhenren Shao took the Imperial Preceptor's lot, why hasn't he returned? My Jiang country has not been able to establish a country because we are waiting for the Imperial Preceptor's lot? If Zhenren Shao does not have any other intentions, Ijia will be the first to not believe it. Ah, a man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant." Li Xiang shook his head slightly. Zhenren Shao has done so much for you. If he listens to you, he will be disappointed. Even this Li feels it is not worth it for Zhenren Shao. Fine, since we do not agree, then this Li will not say more. Today, Her Highness the Princess has issued an imperial decree. This Li and Jiang country have broken all ties. Since Zhenren Li has come to Jiang country, do not leave for now. The Changling princess smiled slightly. Ijia still has a place to borrow Zhenren. Li Xiang's expression changed slightly. His gaze was like lightning as he looked at the Changling princess. He asked in disbelief, You still have designs on the energy stone mines of Black Wind Ridge? What? That belongs to my Jiang country. Is it wrong for Ijia to take it back? The Changling princess asked. Ah, Changling princess. You are too greedy. Do you know what you are saying? This old man really does not know what basis you have to dare to say this to this old man. Li Xiang roared with laughter. Of course a Changling princess does not dare to say it, but this king can say it. When Xiaohua's figure appeared, he couldn't help but shout, "Taoist Master is back? Taoist Master Xiao is back! Taoist Master Xiao is back!" The hearts and livers of the Fortune Gate's disciples had been tormented several times and were somewhat numb. Now that they had come back from death's door, seeing Xiaohua return, they couldn't help but cheer. Even the previously indifferent Changling princess and the indifferent Granny Ji's faces instantly changed. Yuanya. As soon as Xiaohua appeared, other than saying this to Hai Tian, he opened his mouth and scolded, "You useless thing, hurry up and take the pill. Your grandmother, haven't you heard of that saying? There are plenty of fish in the sea? You are the dignified descendant of the Wolf King from the Wolf Valley. How can you be bewitched by this vulgar and beautiful woman of the secular world? You are just the daughter of a fallen country's king. What is so great about you? In the future, this old man will find you an immortal palace maid." Taoist master? Yuanya, who had been robbed by the ruthless secular and cold profiteer, couldn't help but cry out when he heard Xiaohua's scolding, which was more warm than any kind of warm words. It seemed that blood-red tears flowed from his eyes that had never shed tears before. Taoist master said, "Yeah, quickly take the pill." Qin Xiaoyao hurriedly sent the pill to Yuanya's mouth. This was personally refined by Taoist master. Chapter 3807. The stubborn Yuanya was now as obedient as a 3-year-old child. After taking the pill, his body, which was barely holding on, went limp and fell on Qin Xiaoyao's body. "Ha ha, wonderful, wonderful." Hai Tian didn't seem to be angry at Xiaohua's words, nor was he surprised by the Fortune Gate disciples' cheers. He only laughed and clapped his hands, his voice echoing in the air like a giant. "This old man thought I had caught a big fish. I didn't expect Taoist Xiao to walk right into my trap. This king is really happy. Taoist Xiao, we meet again. Do you know how much effort this king has spent to find your whereabouts? This old man is not Fairy Xiang Feng. I'm not interested in men." Xiaohua curled his lips. "If you want to find her, this old man will give you a communication talisman." Fairy Xiang Feng? Hai Tian was stunned, as if he didn't understand, but he didn't care and laughed. This king is very curious, Xiao Hua. That day at the secret auction, this king saw you with the 100 Flowers Valley's princess. At that time, your cultivation seemed very ordinary. How come after the secret auction, you met the light beast, and your cultivation improved by leaps and bounds? Could it be that the 1,000 Demons sacred ground really has a demon fruit that can increase the cultivation of human cultivators? Why should this old man tell you? If you want, you can kneel and lick the light beast. Xiao Hua stroked his chin, looked at Hai Tian with a smile, and asked with interest, "This old man has already appeared, you're actually not afraid at all. Could it be that you still have a backup plan?" He, you actually saw through it. Hai Tian laughed. This king wanted to give you a surprise, but since you don't like surprises, I'll let you see now. As he spoke, a series of Buddhist chants sounded in the air. Amitabha. For old monks in monks' robes flew over with Buddhist weapons in their hands. Each of the old monks' bodies flashed with a strong Buddhist light. Hiss. Xiao Hua sent an emoji of sucking in a breath of cold air as he exclaimed in astonishment. When did the Jianghu country have 4th level elemental power? State preceptors? Ha, ignorant fools. Hai Tian laughed and mocked. How can a barren mountain like you know the foundation of my Jianghu country? It's fine if you lied to Chongling and Li Xiang, but you dare to show off in front of my Jianghu country? You dare to go to Yaotai Mountain with your little cultivation? In this king's opinion, you're hiding on the side cultivating? Damn, when did this old man lie? Xiao Hua was speechless. Looking at Hai Tian, he said, "This old man killed Lung Qing at Black Mountain and forced Yan Jijin, was all fake? Do you think this old man doesn't even have the courage to go to Yaotai Mountain? Bronze Pillar State is nothing." Hai Tian sneered. A tiny country of Confucian cultivators was actually forced into a mess by a rogue Taoist cultivator. Jiang. You. At this time, this king will not hide it from you. If you had not interfered at Black Mountain, Chongling would not have been able to charge into my Jianghu country's territory. Otherwise, my Jianghu country would have destroyed Tongzhou long ago. Ha! Suddenly, Xiao Hua seemed to think of something and laughed. Chongling? Hai Tian, don't you feel you are too close? Do you have some secret you are hiding? Is the baby girl that was lost in the Xianyao dark forest decades ago not the daughter of the king of Jiang country? Hai Tian stilled slightly, a hint of shock in his eyes. Yeah. Xiao Hua said with a smile, "This old man will tell you, the baby girl you adopted in the Xianyao dark forest is this Chongling princess in front of you. However, she is not some princess of Jiang country. That princess of Jiang country must have died in the hands of Jianghu country long ago, and she is just a fake. As to why she was placed in the Xianyao dark forest, I think he was afraid there was a problem with her bloodline, so he wanted to use beast poison to cover it up. Coincidentally, you saved her from the side. This was out of the calculations of this prince of Tongzhou. However, your appearance allowed his scheme to flow more smoothly, and the king of Jiang country could not see any traces. As to the fake Chongling princess's Granny Ji, if I am not wrong, she is the culprit who stole the real Chongling princess back then, and a member of the Buddhist sect of Jianghu country. Granny Ji, what do you think of this old man's guess? When Granny Ji escaped from danger at Black Mountain Range, she once called Amitabha. You must have forgotten. In the distance, Granny Ji's expression changed slightly, but she still did not speak. Oh, and that's Sun. Aya, quickly throw it away. In this old man's opinion, if it is not a token Hai Tian used to find the Chongling princess, then it is a token he will use when he goes deep into Jiang country to save the Chongling princess. But you took it away, and he miscalculated. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Yuanya took out the Sun with trembling hands. He looked deeply at the woman he had raised in the distance. As though he had abandoned everything in his heart, he casually threw it on the ground. This world had hurt him too deeply. Also, Hai Tian, I think that when the Chongling princess met this old man, she did not know of her past. Xiao Hua turned to look at Hai Tian and asked. When she heard Yuanya's question, she went back to ask Granny Ji. Granny Ji then told her the reason. However, this old man is curious. Even if the Changling princess knew of her past, there was this old man and Black Mountain Range. Even if she did not admit it, she could still be the ruler of a country. Why did she have to listen to your arrangements? Hai Tian smiled. Grandma, this guy is really powerful, no wonder. Hai Tian was shocked and hurriedly tried to stabilize his golden body, but when he looked up at Xiaohua, the scene in front of him made him completely stunned. Because Xiaohua's figure had not transformed into a golden body before, at the moment when the wishful staff and the crescent moon shovel collided, Xiaohua's figure actually borrowed the force to fly upside down. Like a bullet, he rushed to the left side of Hai Tian in a hurry. Just as Hai Tian was looking at him, Xiaohua waved his arms. With a roar, his transcendence golden body appeared. Invisible star power surged into his transcendence golden body, and the transcendence golden body was instantly dozens of feet tall. It was more than twice the size of the old monk's Buddha statue. Moreover, the previously inconspicuous wishful staff had now turned into dozens of feet and was heavier than a mountain as it smashed towards the old monk. Junior brother, don't worry, this old monk will help you. Hai Tian was surprised, and the old monks were even more surprised. The old monk closest to the old monk hurriedly shouted and waved his hand. A Buddhist staff turned into a dragon and roared towards Xiaohua. Chapter 3808. Piv. What shocked everyone was that Xiaohua suddenly opened his mouth and 9 sword beams shot out from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of the old monk. The strangest thing was that the 9 sword beams didn't seem to have any intention of blocking the monk's staff. Instead, they went around the monk's staff and turned into a huge sword that slashed towards the old monk. Boom! There was an even louder bang than before. The wishful steel staff hit the old monk's demon subduing pestle. Not only was the demon subduing pestle smashed into pieces, but the Buddha's light scattered in all directions. Even the huge wave of air blew the cultivators on the mountain ridge to the side. In particular, under the wishful steel staff, the old monk's golden Buddha statue was no match for it and instantly collapsed. How is this possible? Hai Tian was completely dumbfounded. Just now, Xiaohua's wishful steel staff did not seem so powerful. This is a Buddhist protector with upper 4th grade elemental energy. Of course, Hai Tian did not know that Xiaohua's staff had the power of the spiritual willhammer. Not to mention a Buddhist protector with upper 4th grade elemental energy, even a 5th grade elemental energy would not be able to escape from Xiaohua's attack. This was not the end of Hai Tian's nightmare. King! Another loud sound rang out. The staff hit Xiaohua, who did not want to dodge at all. Thousands of sparks splashed out from Xiaohua's body. The staff returned to its original form, but Xiaohua was not injured at all. How is this possible? Hai Tian groaned, feeling bad in his heart. King! Another loud sound rang out. The giant sword fell and the old monk's huge arm, which was not protected by a Buddhist weapon, was cut off. Blood flowed out from the severed arm like golden liquid. Not only that, the giant sword instantly turned into 9 stars and crazily stabbed at the gradually collapsing golden Buddha statue. It was more flexible than Xiaohua's control. Don't hurt my senior brother. The third old monk just flew over and roared. He raised an alms bowl and a huge suction force tried to suck the 9 stars away. Gee! A very strange voice appeared in the air. Old monk, you are eyes dish, obediently come to the plate. Who is it? The old monk was shocked. He quickly scanned the area with his Buddhist sense, but at that moment, a 6-colored pillar of light suddenly appeared behind him and crashed into his golden Buddha statue at an incredibly fast speed. Boom! Right in front of Hai Tian's eyes, the Kunlun mirror's beam of light blasted a huge hole in the old monk's upper body. The old monk's golden Buddha statue collapsed rapidly. It seemed that he would not be able to survive. I've been tricked. Hai Tian suddenly came to a realization. Xiaohua first fought with him, using him as bait to force the 3 monks to come to his rescue. and the moment he was defeated, Xiaohua took out a method to stop the three monks. Under this attack, the three monks' lives were in danger. "Let's go!" Hai Tian made a prompt decision, urging his telekinesis to flee into the distance. "Hai Tian, don't you think it's too late to leave now?" Xiaohua smiled coldly. He tossed his right hand and muttered an incantation. The soul execution yuan light immediately flew out from the sword gourd. Seeing something with a nose and eyes emerge from the sword gourd, Hai Tian's consciousness immediately blurred. He hurriedly slapped his forehead. Swish! A Buddhist lotus that was several feet in size appeared along with the Buddhist light, blocking the spirit-slaying origin light. Fall. Looking at the Buddhist lotus, Xiaohua sneered. If he did not refine the soul execution yuan light from before, Hai Tian's protective Buddhist weapon might not be able to break through. However, after refining the essence of a strange beast's thigh, Xiaohua had full confidence that it could break through the Buddhist weapon. Sure enough, following Xiaohua's chanting of the incantation, Pooh! The soul execution vital light rushed past the Buddha lotus, and the Buddha lotus shattered into pieces. The soul execution vital light precisely landed on Hai Tian's neck. The soul execution vital light flashed, and Hai Tian's head soared into the sky, and a mouthful of hot blood flew out. Namo Mithriya Buddha? After killing Hai Tian, Xiaohua did not hesitate. He looked at the collapsed golden Buddha statue of the old monk and said, "As the son of Buddha, you should strictly abide by the rules and precepts. As a Buddhist protector, you should subdue the devil and become Buddha. You used the power of Buddha to oppress the common people, you should be destroyed." Immediately after, the divine will hammer fell from the sky. Boom! The Buddhist protector, who only had the strength of a fourth-grade essence force, was smashed into a golden liquid. Ah! A blood-curdling scream came from not too far away. Under the 9 stars illuminating the sun, another old monk was also unable to escape from the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's flying sword. Who knew how many holes were pierced through his body, and he died on the spot. 3 monks and a prince were instantly killed by Xiaohua alone. Not only was this shocking, even the last monk who was fighting with Xiong Yi and Li Xiang was flustered. 2 early nascent soul stage Taoist cultivators were naturally not a match for him, a Buddhist protector who only had the strength of a 4th-grade essence force. However, it was not easy for him to kill the 2 of them. Especially since he had only fought a few rounds with the 2 of them, the outcome of the battle had already been decided. How could he remain calm? Unfortunately, before he could activate the Buddhist light to escape, the voice of the green-robed Xiaohua came from above his head again. Tsk, what a pity for a monk like Ming Quan. He actually didn't have a Saraira. The monk was shocked. He did not hesitate to smash the demon-subduing pestle into the sky. However, what was extremely strange was that, boom! Under his body, the Kunlun mirror's beam of light flew out and instantly pierced through his golden body from bottom to top. The monk died with his eyes wide open. He did not even see the appearance of his opponent. Ah! The green-robed Xiaohua laughed loudly. That strange laughter was everywhere in the mountain range. A simple diversion was actually used by him so skillfully. In the blink of an eye, he had killed 2 monks, which really made him excited. The laughter disappeared. Everyone still did not dare to believe it. That year, Xiaohua fought Lungqinga in front of the Black Wind Mountain Range. Although he also defeated many Confucian cultivators of the 4th level of origin power, that battle was so dangerous that Xiaohua himself was seriously injured. And today, it was only a dozen years later. In the eyes of cultivators, that was not too long ago. Xiaohua actually so easily killed 5 people who were almost at the same cultivation level. What kind of divine ability was this? Not to mention how much stronger his magic power was, just this method alone was too strange. However, what made Qin Xiaoyao and the others feel familiar was that with a wave of Xiaohua's hand, the Qinkuan pouches on the 5 people's waists all fell into his hand. When he opened them to take a look, a familiar smile appeared on his face again. Master? Xiong Yi looked at Xiaohua's divine ability, which was even more powerful than the one at the Jade Pavilion gathering. His eyes flashed with passion. He flew in front of Xiao Hua and bowed. "How should we deal with this now? Master, please tell us." Xiao Hua stood in the air. He looked at Xiao Jian's corpse, and then at Yuan Ye's pale face. His thoughts were in a mess. These two were the first people he had encountered after coming to the hidden Immortal continent. They had been so good master and disciple back then, but now they had fallen to such a state. Part of this was due to Hai Tian of Jiasa. But if Xiao Jian did not have his own plans, and his desire to kill Yuan Ye, how could he have ended up like this? Why does it have to end with killing each time? Xiao Hua sighed. His gaze swept across the corpses of Hai Tian and the other Jiasa cultivators. These people were too deeply involved in the mortal world, and could not compare to Ku Tuchuo of the single Liang. In the end, Xiao Hua's gaze landed on the Chongling princess. At this time, the Chongling princess was as panicked as a quail. Her bloodless face had a pair of terrified eyes. She did not dare to meet Xiao Hua's gaze, and only secretly looked at Yuan Ye. Unfortunately, Yuan Ye had thrown his worldly ties to the ground with the sun. The Chongling princess' gaze was not as good as a leaf in the wind. "Chongling," Xiao Hua said coolly. This surprised the Chongling princess. She did not have a blaming tone. "Daoist Xiao." The Chongling princess immediately realized and hurriedly knelt on the ground. She kowtowed and said, "I Jia was bewitched by Hai Tian of Jiasa, no need to say more." Xiao Hua waved his sleeve and stopped the Chongling princess from speaking. He said, "This old man heard your words just now. To say that this old man is disappointed is true. But this old man is also very happy. You allowed Yuan Ye to see human nature, and allowed him to take another step out of the Black Jade Dark Forest. This is better than anything else. Of course, the reasons you speak of are not this old man's original intentions. They are just your suspicions. You really are gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Since this old man promised you, I will give it to you." As he spoke, Xiao Hua raised his hand and took out the imperial teacher's lot. "Your grandmother, you secretly learned this old man's ultimate skill. Do you still want to escape from this old man's hands?" Xiao Hua reached out and slapped Yuan Ye's head. He only sat there with his eyes closed and didn't say anything. As for Yuan Ye, he was heavily injured and had already fallen asleep. Qin Xiaoyao frowned. He looked at the clouds below the flying carriage, as if he was thinking about something. After all, what happened today was too strange. Although Qin Xiaoyao had always been in the Jiang country, and even followed Xiao Jian and the others to recover the Jiang country in the palace of the Jiang country, he had never thought that things would develop to this point. Not long after, Xiao Hua and Xiong Yi turned back and drove the flying carriage back to Blackwind Ridge. Neither of them said anything, so Li Xiang and Qin Xiaoyao naturally did not ask. After Xiao Hua and the others returned to the Blackwind Ridge, the Fortune Gate's disciples also returned from Jiang country, Copper Pillar country, and even other places. None of them were reluctant to leave Jiang country. Whether it was Lu Yi or the Black Bear spirit, both of them were bewildered. When they saw Yuan Ye's injuries and heard Qin Xiaoyao's description, all of them were filled with righteous indignation. Thinking about how much effort they had put into reviving Jiang country, yet in the end, this was the result, anyone would be furious. However, Lu Yi was glad that the bitter Yuan Ye had escaped from Xiao Jian's control and had finally entered his master's tutelage. This was a great fortune amidst all the unhappiness. The matter of the Fortune Gate disciples returning to Blackwind Ridge naturally could not be hidden from Shui Mingzi, Ao Zhantian, and the others. When they found out the reason, their anxious hearts calmed down, and they waited for Xiao Hua's decision. On the other hand, Xiao Hua only showed his face once in his cultivation cave after returning to Blackwind Ridge, then he went into seclusion. No one knew what he was doing. Only Xiong Yi was in charge of the Blackwind Ridge's affairs. What could Xiao Hua do in seclusion? Naturally, it was to help green-robed Xiao Hua establish a sect in the space. When Jade Archive Xiaohua entered the space, he saw green-robed Xiaohua with his hands behind his back. He proudly stood in the sky. Below him was an abnormally tall mountain range. Jade Archive Xiaohua had arranged for more than 10,000 children to settle down on this mountain range. Layers of lightning flashed around green-robed Xiaohua's body, and an indescribable fluctuation rippled out from his body. The lightning-devouring bead that Xiaohua had stored in the space had long been swallowed into his stomach. While he was nourishing the lightning-devouring bead with his space force, he was also carefully comprehending the changes in the lightning inside the lightning-devouring bead. Xiaohua's lightning escape technique had improved by leaps and bounds due to his comprehension of the lightning-devouring bead. Seeing Jade Archive Xiaohua enter, green-robed Xiaohua hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Fellow Taoist is here. Quickly, give I some advice." Hee. Seeing this, Jade Archive Xiaohua chuckled. That's right, although green-robed Xiaohua was ambitious to establish his own force, there would be many problems if he really wanted to do it. After all, green-robed Xiaohua's divine ability was not small, but he knew very little about establishing a sect just like Xiaohua. Moreover, other than the 10 great primordial spirits, Xiaohua would not divulge the secret of the space to anyone else. Thus, Xiaohua could only do it himself. Fortunately, in the space, other than Jade Archive Xiaohua and green-robed Xiaohua, Confucian cultivator Xiaohua was also quietly thinking about something. He volunteered himself to come out, glorifying it as training. Jade Archive Xiaohua naturally knew that Confucian cultivators had to train in the hidden Immortal continent before reaching the 5th grade of elemental energy. Understanding the arts and etiquette, and even managing a region, this had an extremely subtle effect on Confucian cultivators' understanding of the noble qi. However, the problem was that Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's 5 qi's unifications seemed to be different from ordinary Confucian cultivators. He shouldn't need any training, right? When Confucian cultivator Xiaohua haggled with green-robed Xiaohua, Jade Archive Xiaohua already understood that Confucian cultivator Xiaohua also wanted to get a share of the profits from these 10,000-plus children. Seeing Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's eagerness to give it a try, Jade Archive Xiaohua agreed very much. After all, Confucian cultivators had a large number of ancient books and scrolls. Among them were academies, sects, and even the constitution of a country. The 2 primordial spirits only needed to follow these diagrams to establish a sect. However, these children were all young. Jade Archive Xiaohua didn't know what this so-called sect would look like in the hands of green-robed Xiaohua and Confucian cultivator Xiaohua. However, Jade Archive Xiaohua didn't care about this. Within the space, everything was under his control. He simply let the 2 primordial spirits pair up. Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure landed on the huge white bones below the Immortal beheading stage. Xiaohua obtained an extremely large number of white bones on the altar of the legacy realm. Now, these white bones were all stably gathered together, forming a huge human figure. However, this human figure was very strange. It actually had 3 heads and 6 arms. It's really strange. Could it be that these are the skeletons of 3 people? Jade Archive Xiaohua pinched his chin and looked at the white bones that were being tempered under the lightning water. Xiao Lei's body flashed with lightning as he lay among the white bones in a deep sleep. He couldn't help but think to himself, but if it's the skeletons of 3 people, these broken bones are tightly knit together without any extra parts. Moreover, in the lightning water, the bone spurs between these white bones are gradually healing. It must be a giant with 3 heads and 6 arms. Oh no, it's still missing a piece. Jade Archive Xiaohua's gaze swept over. His figure swayed and he appeared on top of the giant's head. Sure enough, he saw that the top of the giant's head was missing a 1-foot square triangular white bone. This triangular gap was very neat, as if it was pierced by an extremely sharp weapon. Damn, is this the legendary failure at the last hurdle? Jade Archive Xiaohua's previous joy was extinguished by more than half. However, he also knew that this missing piece of white bone was certainly not in the legacy realm. He was afraid that it was the same as the other white bones he obtained, lost in a different place. Let's leave it to fate. Jade Archive. Xiaohua thought for a moment and shook his head. I still have important things to do. When Xiaohua's mind left the space, he waved his hand and took out the Kunlun mirror, releasing Xian Songzi's nascent soul. Xian Songzi didn't dare to be negligent and hastily bowed to greet him. Xiaohua smiled and helped the little Xian Songzi up. He asked, "Is there anything wrong with fellow Taoists' current cultivation?" Xian Songzi said with a smile, "I'll let Taoists know that there are many twists and turns in the cultivation of scattered nascent soul. Many of them are not what I have experienced before. Many times even I am not sure. Moreover, I don't have a physical body, so I feel that there are many restrictions in comprehending cultivation methods." Xiaohua thought for a moment and took out a new spiritual intelligence derived from the northern underworld breath. He smiled and said, "Is fellow Taoist talking about this?" "Well, what is this?" Xian Songzi looked at this somewhat strange thing. He didn't know what it was and looked at Xiaohua in bewilderment. This is the spiritual intelligence derived from fellow Taoists' ink cloud pupil. Ah? This is the spiritual intelligence derived? How did Taoist know? Xian Songzi was in disbelief. After all, there was only a name and no image. Who knew which one was the spiritual intelligence derived? Chapter 38:10. If I say so, then so be it. Xiaohua smiled. I called you out just to ask you, are you going to take it now? Or do you want to take it later? I also want to take it. But without Renjing, what's the use of taking it now? Xian Songzi was very dejected. Xiaohua smiled again and took out the mother-child spirit fruit. Fellow Taoist, look at what this is. This is Renjing? Xian Songzi was stunned. Looking at the Renjing that looked exactly like a pregnant human, how could he not know? Taoist. After Xian Songzi woke up, he hurriedly bowed. Taoist has given me a new life. I don't know how to thank Taoist. There's no need for this. Xiaohua hurriedly helped Xian Songzi up. You and I were originally fated. Saving you was a small matter for me. Helping you now is also beneficial to me. This matter is easy for Taoist, but for me, it's a huge matter. Xian Songzi sighed. Back then, other than my master, speaking up to here, Xian Songzi's eyes lit up. Looking at Xiaohua, he respectfully bowed on the ground and said, Disciple Xian Songzi wishes to become master's disciple. Would master accept disciple as disciple? Ah? Xiaohua was a little surprised. He originally wanted to discuss with Xian Songzi how to use Renjing and derived spirit wisdom so that he could let the 100 or so nascent souls in his dantian cultivate. Who would have thought that Xian Songzi would actually do something like this? Taoist, this nascent soul cultivation method was originally taught to me by Taoist. What's the difference between this and teaching? Moreover, I'm now a lonely soul. Without Taoist protection, I wouldn't be able to survive. Being able to become Taoist's disciple is actually my fortune. Xian Songzi kowtowed. Taoist, please have mercy. Xiaohua pondered a bit. He knew that Xian Songzi was right. Although his heart was magnanimous, what would Xian Songzi think? This was also a heart demon and karma. Only by accepting this karma could he truly help Xian Songzi. Okay. Xiaohua nodded. Xian Songzi was overjoyed. Just as he was about to kowtow, Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand. Wait a moment. Yes, master. Xian Songzi was amazed, but when Xiaohua released Master Taoist Jingting's nascent soul, Xian Songzi understood. Spiritual Master Jingting's nascent soul was protected by the green-robed Xiaohua in the Lianyao flask, so his nascent soul wasn't obliterated. Now that he had rested for a few years, he had recovered a little. Now that he appeared in front of Xiaohua, although he knew that he had escaped death, his little face was filled with despair just like Xian Songzi. Master Taoist Jingting? Xiaohua points his finger and says, You were fated to meet this Xiao at the Jade Pavilion conference, and you were even implicated by this Xiao inside the formation. Now that you've lost your physical body and only have your nascent soul left, this Xiao is willing to bear this karma for you. Are you willing? Taoist Master Xiao. Taoist Master Jingting looks at the Yuanying kneeling in front of him, somewhat puzzled. What if I'm willing? What if I'm not? Hee, Xian Songzi, get up and break it down with Reverend Jingting. Xiaohua didn't say much and let Xian Songzi explain to Master Taoist Jingting. Seeing Master Taoist Jingting like this, Xian Songzi's heart was filled with sympathy. This was the so-called sympathy for fellow sufferers. In a moment he had already explained the cause of the matter clearly. Although Master Taoist Jingting's reaction was slow and his luck wasn't good, his mind wasn't inferior to Xian Songzi's. At this time, how could he not know that there was an unprecedented road in front of him? Disciple Master Taoist Jingting is willing to become Master Taoist's disciple. Master Taoist Jingting knelt in front of Xiaohua with Xian Songzi. Good. Xiaohua nods,